Hello everyone. Welcome to let's see uh, React talking about VTubers and other things. The first React stream. I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to watch. So yeah, how are you all doing? Unfortunately, yesterday's stream did go a bit wrong, and only we were able just to. Oh my god, the excuse me, I might need to mute my microphone for a while, multiple times, because my family decided that would be the right time to make holes on the walls to. Oh, here we go again. To put like what do you call those? Paintings, like paintings on the wall, small paintings, small plates. Yes, my fucking mom remembered to do that for some random reason. Not that she knows that I'm streaming, but why? Why? What's the problem with boring um, boring background for oh, what? Boring white walls. Right? And yes, we're putting some music in the background because yes, I might switch it up. I just need to make a playlist. So yeah, what do we have to watch? What events happen overall in the VTuber community? Thankfully, I usually get recommended this type of things. You will never ever know I live my life for you. This song brings no tomorrow, like a bullet ripping through. Nothing can stop us now. We'll never cease to be. You'll never know your heart. Okay. Alright, sorry, I had to sing with Scourge because fuck yeah, this music is sick. And yes, it's all I'm putting right now a playlist of music from Metal Health Singer if you're curious about it. Let me so let me prepare some stuff in here. Yeah, the window seems to be good. So yeah, if you're curious, here's where you can find the album. It's this guy. Piece of Lambus. He has a plate. Oh my god, this is like yeah. This is just the vocal tracks. If you're instrumental, there's another tracks out there, which means I can try to make covers. No, my voice is terrible. So yeah, unfortunately, I need to take a break. Alright, it's like 1 minute. I'm just going to take a piss. So, just a moment. Sorry. Hell yeah. Sorry. I need to just to go to the bathroom. So, who to watch for this situation? It's KO, the new Vtuber. Maybe he has something for us to watch. So we're gonna try to do a little something that we're going to keep the music on the background and it's going to try to watch the video. I hope it doesn't crash anything. What the fuck? Okay. Just a moment, because this is set to go. Why I go to Warframe? Go to somewhere else, god damn it. Inside of the playlist. Why are you getting out of the playlist? Jesus Christ, not loading the button. I think now it works. Yeah, it's working now. So one of the recent news that he had,
you know, a topic I don't think it's talked about enough.
we just have to test
Is
it.
parasocialism and the effects it has on a lot of streamers and VTubers. I am really glad to see Vox.
Yeah, I think you can can someone on chat do me the favor? Oh shit, I cannot do this now while the screen is like that. Wait. Can someone chat verify if you can see your Kyo well, even with the music in the background? I kind of don't want to turn it off because then I have to be to on and off this thing. If I can keep it up, that would be cool. So just a quick.
Sakuma actually stepping up and talking about it when playing the game Parasocial, having this to say about the game and the whole situation revolving around parasocialism and fans.
But like I was saying, definitely a scary game.
Okay.
But I feel as though
I do
it's
think
mostly for me scary by association, because to those of you who
it's going
are
alright.
kind of immersed in the world of VTubers, or maybe you are one yourself, you'll know that a lot of the paranoia and the fear that's in this game, it gets pretty fucking real, I would say.
So apparently this game Parasocial, a lot of VTubers are saying that this catches like some of the fears that some VTubers have, especially the VTubers like Vox Akuma. However, I have to be a bit critical and say about that I did that. Some of you are forced to have the boyfriend and girlfriend experience, and of course you're feeding on Parasocial. You cannot really be bothered about Parasocial when you use it for good, per se. You cannot be picky about how Parasocial works, because no one can control all the people on the audience watches you, especially if you feed the Parasocial by the boyfriend experience, etc. I know it's like more like an SMR roleplay, and it goes a bit too far. But I think a lot of VTubers' problems, especially on these companies, which the companies don't allow them to do this, and that's the problem, is putting a clear line between VTuber and the fans, if you know what I'm saying. And yeah. And yeah, I think this kind of complaining about the parasocial, and it's a bit weird, because you love the benefits of the parasocial, and like, the best way currently, as far as I'm aware of, to cut the parasocial is to not have zero parasocial. Like, you cannot benefit from it, so you cannot be project. What's the the opposite of not having the bad things you get? If you don't have the good things, parasocial, you cannot have the bad things from parasocial. So yeah, I think the step on with not having parasocial restrictions at all, and I don't think it's too hard as some VTubers claim to be. Like, most VTubers that say like, oh, the parasocial, you give the boyfriend and girlfriend the fears, you can just stop doing that. I mean, if your content is that good as you think you are, I don't think you need to be parasocial, not even a bit. For example, no one is parasocial with the Azimuth Gold, for example. Not that I like too much Azimuth Gold, but like, yeah, you reap what you sow, even though you were forced to sow like this parasocial relationship. But it's interesting that as a game they can give you the same vibe.
Just how many little nods there are to, you know, things that people have to worry about when they work this kind of a job. It's very kind of humbling, I think, to play a game that tackles an issue like this head on, because obviously.
One moment, I think the music is no, not this side. No, wait. Just a bit lower. Okay.
It reminds me of like the early days in my career when I felt really sort of afraid of addressing this issue, you know, and even saying the word, I kind of felt like it would cause some kind of unknown consequence, you know, people would kind of turn on me in a way. But it's really nice that we're sort of normalizing discussion around this sort of an experience, because parasocial attachment, like I've talked about many times, it can happen whether it's like in this game well, the odd thing is that the boyfriend, it's not technically a...
One moment. Sorry, my sister came to Boston in my room.
Parasocial attachment with the boyfriend, because he's someone that we knew for real, you know, in real life. So I guess you wouldn't really call that a parasocial attachment, but he's sort of preying on our fear of that in order to get something he wants. But it can definitely turn into, you know, some of those crazy stalker situations, and there are people on the depths of the internet who will stop at nothing to make sure that people who just want to play video games online for a living don't have a single piece of private information that isn't available online, which is really quite scary. And the fact that in order to work a job like this, you need to lock down pretty much every aspect of your personal life to make sure that you and people in your life are safe.
Yeah, but that's the scary part is not the part of locking down. That's a security measure. The thing about parasocial is not of that. The thing about the parasocial is that the major problem of parasocial on the VTuber community started somewhat with the VTuber community and with you know, those Twitch girls that paint their bodies, they make risque and close to passing a certain line on Twitch, and they give bits of privacy about their lives to their viewers. I think if you want having no consequence of the parasocial, you should not give them anything private. There's a difference about, I think, wait. I know there's a lot of VTubers that like speaking of like breaking character and anything like that. I can appreciate that, but sometimes I feel like they don't know the difference between breaking character and giving private information. But that's the thing. If you're going to play around with parasocial, if you go to Nisisanji or Hololive, they're going to put you. They're never going to say, "Oh, we're not going to put parasocial stuff or whatever." They're going to give it given another name to it, to the girlfriend experience or the big sister experience, whatever experience it is, but it's parasocial. If the experience is not you seeing a content creator, if it's your girlfriend, it's your wife, it's your husband, yeah, then you're putting yourself in risk. The thing is that being parasocial gives a lot more money. At least that's what we meant to believe. I mean, all the companies straight up never will say no to someone being parasocial with their audience or allowing the audience to be social with them because extra money. But yeah, you could just simply not do it.
Terrifying. And to be honest, the more that we discuss this and the more that games like this, I mean, even though it presents a very dramatized and very wacky portrayal of what those kind of issues can do.
But it could happen. For the little top of enough, it could happen. It's not
It's very
unrealistic.
extreme, and I think that an extreme
Yeah,
portrayal
extreme.
is a good way of having that be viewed and sort of realized as more important. It's more important by more people, because at the end of the day, the truth about parasocial attachment is that even though I've been very bad in the past at shutting that kind of thing down,
Really? Gee, I wonder why.
and I want to be better, and I'm looking forward to, you know, into a future of content where I feel like I'm sort of not contributing to this kind of an issue. It does really happen to everybody in even small ways. Sometimes if you think that you might kind of care for, want to look after a streamer in a way, and you feel like, you know, oh, maybe their life would be better if I could look after them or give them a hug or something in a small way, even if it's not entirely unhealthy, it is parasocial in a sense. And so I guess it's interesting.
Yes, but the thing is, the reason the audience sees that because you show weaknesses. You just don't show weaknesses and that's it. It's not that hard. Play the video games, make your jokes, and repeat. I mean, to be fair, the most memorable moments on a streamer career is funny moments, epic moments, and of course emotional moments. But it's like it's only emotional moments that get parasocial, not the funny or the epic moments. So
Interesting to play a game.
you still have 2/3 of content or potential highlights to get. You don't need to be parasocial for anything.
Like this and to be encouraged to think
I mean, you don't need to feed parasocial for nothing.
about it, and then we have to move forward and wonder, you know, what is the best way of working through this aspect of streaming, which will it always inevitably exist? It'd certainly be nice if it didn't, but perhaps we don't really have a choice. So it's a little scary, but I really appreciate being able to just kind of talk openly about it now, especially to have a game that is so openly about that kind of a subject matter.
And I'll say this again, I'm just really happy to see Fox talking about parasocialism and the effects it has on streamers. Having to keep everything private in order to not get doxxed and keep your family safe is horrifying, and it sucks to do as a streamer, but it's what we have to live with. Just a few days ago on Twitter, I saw a VTuber's family get swatted because someone thought they were living there. It's horrible to think about having to deal with any of this when streaming and just trying to have fun with your community. And actually, later on in that same stream, Vox did touch on the accidental sleeping stream he had, saying this.
Apparently, while he was asleep, he left OBS still on transmission mode, which it's to make a live stream you have to have go the OBS to in transmission mode, and then you have to have YouTube or Twitch transmitting that transmission basically. So what happens is he turned off the YouTube one, but not turn off the OBS one, and since he has YouTube on an automatic mode of transmission, as soon as he detects OBS transmitting, he will transmit. Since he forgot on OBS, he eventually transmitted him asleep. I think didn't do much, show anything or sound anything in particular, but yeah, that's it. So yeah, but a social game is making people talk a little bit about this. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, this must be the boss music. Alright. However, I still think that the thing with parasocialness is that I can definitely see being fixed by just not feeding it. But again, people will say, oh, but it's not that simple. I think it's that simple. Like, I don't pretend to be no one's boyfriend or friend or brother or anything, I guess, for views. I don't pretend having nothing with the audience, but again, I have an extremely small audience. So yeah. Oh yeah. Ex-Nisi Johnny Vtuber joining Vsojo. Yeah, probably it's going to be Nina going to join Vsojo. It's really probable. Actually, I don't even doubt it. It's going to be her. It's the track record of Vsojo. Oh, and Vsojo applications back on 2 years ago. They never did a new one, and that's telling. Any else can join now. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. They have to say that to have people be interested or to have a clean imagery first. So even though they could have easily never made that stuff and just made the big people join them, I don't know why they need to have like having that application if they're not gonna really using it, because calling X VTuber from popular companies, what the fuck, like the application happened 2 years ago. Like no one was planning to graduate 2 years ago from those that been live streaming on Vsojo. There's never been a new application. It's obvious it's bullshit. It's obvious that it's bullshit, the part when they say, oh, anyone from any second trade. No, it's bullshit, and I don't know why they lie to the audience so much. Not only was it's not the first time that Vsojo lies to the public. If you guys remember the Naxtaco situation when they were contradicting whatever Naxtaco proved, it was fucking sad. And here, but to be fair, that probably application's fucking corrupted because of that doxer, so probably they just throw that shit to the garbage. So they're just taking people from the other companies that come out recently. But I'm pretty darn sure it's fucking bullshit that these people that are joining are from that application. It can only be bullshit. And yeah, Vsojo is really disrespectful. And then they must have been told to each other to lie about how the application comes, saying, oh, they have enough of the audition. I mean, to be fair, they never mentioned the auditions or the applications when these new VTubers come in. They just say, oh, VTuber is coming. So yeah, they're not directly lying, they're indirectly lying. They're avoiding the conversation per se. I mean, this could be as easy as say, hey guys, the application that we have for Vsojo, it's no longer available, which means everyone that join us, you don't gonna to join us. Okay. But still people coming in, they are the ones inviting them. Like, okay. Why can it be like that? Like, can Vsojo come and say, okay, that application we did, we are not using it. Like, everyone, thank you for everyone that joined us, but we are not gonna use that for shit. We're gonna ourselves invite people in. Like, there'll be no drama because of that. Because at this point, we know it's like that. So, it's a bit bullshit on this, but eh. Where am I? I am a cloud chase small VTuber. That's what I am. And I don't know shit about content creation. And I don't know shit about anything, apparently. And if I claim I know some things because I did go to 4chan, even though I don't use 4chan and I cannot stand too much Twitter for too long. Oh, this situation is so interesting. But I don't know if I want to open this can of worms, honestly. So what other VTuber news we have? Okay, we have the graduation of what was those two all stars guys? Oh, I don't remember the other names. It doesn't matter. I don't watch Dude, this princess has already played once. What? I swear to fucking that this playlist thing on YouTube is fucking broken. Why is this not playing? Okay. Now don't go to... Why is this... Stop going over there. Sorry, apparently the playlist on YouTube doesn't allow it to, once it hits the last mix, to just go back, even though I have the loop activated. It's been a mess. Vtuber. What do we have? We have my live stream. Nope. The hole on my floor. Nah. Thank. That's mashup as Vtuber. Okay. The redemption of the president. Like, I mean, people were bullshitting the things that he was doing. He was not doxing VTubers on his paywall thinging. At max, he was just showing their faces, and that was it. It was not that deep, bro. Oh, the more about of this can of worms. I love it. Jesus Christ, this feed is filled with fucking horny shit sometimes. Oh, this legendary video. This guy sometimes has good videos. This guy sometimes makes good videos. I say sometimes, even though I watch most all of his videos. Yeah. Hey, look, it's this guy. The one VTuber that was singing with the model. Of course, there's a bunch of Brazilian VTubers now appearing because I'm... Oh, this must be... There must be that music that he was playing. Ain't gonna touching on that. Ain't gonna get copyright strike by some random VTuber agency. On this account, I'm not subscribed to her. Actually, there's another trend I'm seeing happening, which is... like, VTubers are stopped doing highlights. A lot of them are stopped doing highlights. Or uploading highlights. I guess it's no longer profitable doing highlights or something like that. Such. I hate VTubers, me sometimes too. Oh, and Random is back. which is cool. Oh.
Welcome to the witch store. There's something that doesn't exist in our witch store.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah, and he's a ball.
Am I like not live on Twitch? Twitch, hello? Am I like literally not live? What the hell? What the hoo-ha is going on Twitch? What is this? I'm not really familiar with Twitch, so it's just like, am I there? What is this madness? I'm here? Okay. Okay. I'll trust you guys. I'll trust you guys. How is everything? Is it weird? Anything off?
Yes,
Off?
true. You are a ball.
Okay, well, first off,
Ball
before we do
Vtuber.
anything-
Let's
Before
go.
we do anything. Oh yeah.
There you go, yeah.
Crack open a cold one.
I cannot.
It's been a while, right? We used to have a thing where we used to crack open a cold one together. Crack open a cold one, take a sip. I'm back, everybody.
I
Thank
cannot
you.
take anything
Thank you
right
for the
now.
warm
I'm on a
welcome.
diet.
I've been gone for so long. I was like scared, and I was just like, not that I wouldn't, not that the random
Will
wouldn't
annual-
welcome me back, but like, I don't know.
Will anyone slip up? Will anyone?
All right,
Will
Like,
anyone?
you know the trope of like the dad that goes out to like get milk and like never comes back, or like milk.
What? Oh, of course this button just does this. Come on, put me listening to something else. Using YouTube as a for playlist, it was such a bad idea. But whatever. So no one is
cigarettes, right?
slipping up this.
Maybe like this is like, I kind of understand where it's like sometimes you want to come back, but then like you're like too much time has passed. Like they hate me now, right? They hate me. They hate me.
That's what's
I can't
obviously.
come back. They hate me. But I decided to just orc up and come back, and I'm a little changed. Can you guys see? I'm currently orb. I wanted to talk for a little bit first and like
Orb.
calm down. I'm actually starting to calm down now. Thank you. Everybody that's like chatting with me, thank you so much. I was like on the verge of having like a panic attack. I had to get Lando up in here, like, you know, like it's gonna be good. It's gonna be okay. Like,
Damn.
you got me.
Look at that chat compared to
I was still, like,
mine.
panicking, but now I'm like, it's like 30% the beer and like 70% you guys. So I appreciate that. I'm gonna chat with
It's good to have the Hort Mr. Random back. Even him had this conversation about the Mel VTuber thing.
This is tough, and I'm sure I'm going to piss off a lot of you guys with my opinion, but I will give you
What a
honest
great
answer
model.
to this question. Do male VTubers grow more slowly? But before I answer that, I got to give you my story so far, for context, right? I recorded my first video on February 1st, 2021. A little bit later than that, about 2 weeks, I did my very first stream right here on YouTube, February 19th. They're both still there on my channel. You can go look them up. And they're both very, very cringe. Before this, I'd never had any experience making any type of content, recorded or live, ever. I'd never used Twitter. I'd never used Discord or anything like that.
What a fucking boomer.
I'm a true 100% newbie at this. And I imagine that a lot of you guys that clicked onto this video are the same. And you're wondering, with zero experience and zero connections, is
See
there
the
even
orc
a chance?
rolling on a bicycle.
So, I've been doing this VTuber thing for about 5 months. And here are my stats. Coming up on 3K subs on YouTube.
Doing pretty well compared to me.
Not too bad, not too bad.
I'm gonna make
My
1 year,
average live
not even close
viewer
to
count right now
100.
On YouTube hovers around 40 to 50. And on my debut stream, I had about an average of about 20. So, look at those numbers.
All of that's
Growing
way
at
better
about
than me.
An average of 4 live viewers per month and about 500 YouTube subscribers per month. Do I wish I could grow faster? Yeah, of course. That's kind of a dumb question, right? Like, if you ask an artist if they could wish they could make more beautiful art, they would say, yes, please. And if you asked a race car driver if they wish they could go faster, they would look at you and say, yeah, you crazy or something? What are you talking about? So here's my answer to that big question in the title. No, I don't think male VTubers grow significantly more slowly. I don't. However, I will admit that I might be wrong in a very specific instance that I've observed pretty recently. But first, let me talk about why I think that I am right. Do I wish I could grow faster? Yes, yes I do. Do I think I'm growing more slowly than other types of VTubers? No, I actually think
No, no, you
I
was
might
not.
be a little bit faster than your average Western VTuber. Due to a few reasons that I don't really have enough time to get into in this video. But the point is, I don't think
The faster than the average. I think if you're hitting all the right spots and know what you're doing, I think it would grow. But then we're speaking about live streaming, which is a bit different than what I do. I don't think random is going particularly slower per se. You just need to keep insist and break out with something like a video or something like a video essay, which is so popular right now. It's what I try to do. And it has a lot of things that make a video grow on YouTube. And I'm gonna be honest with you, all of you. When someone says, "Oh, I definitely know what to make the video make you grow," hit this type of numbers, they're fucking lying to you. No one knows. It's a fucking random. You could have a video hit all the trends that make it go popular, and you make no views. But out of nowhere, you're gonna have a guy making videos about heads on toilets singing Skibbity Dopped and have billions of views. This shit sometimes makes no sense. You need to see what grows on your channel. It's, what's that American phrase? It's throwing eggs at the wall and see where it sticks. So my heavy recommendation is, whatever you do, try not just follow trends, because if the trend you follow is the one that sticks and you don't like it, you need to do that to grow. So try to throw eggs of things that you like. If one sticks, stick to that. But never stop throwing eggs per se. All it's now and then throw an egg just to see if anything new also grows and does even better what you did last time. Never be afraid to do some experimentation. If always what it sticks to, keep doing that. What it works, keep doing that, but always try to make experimentation so you can break out a little bit. Because you eventually will be bored out of what you do on YouTube.
gender at the newbie end of the spectrum where I'm at right now matters as much as people make it out to matter. Case in point, please check out Millie Fuwaffles. She's an amazing artist and VTuber that did her whole freaking model, illustration and rigging and all the graphic design by herself. She's an amazing content creator and seriously a really talented artist that started about the same time that I did. And if I'm being really, really real with you, deserves to be way bigger. But for some reason she isn't. I think that she deserves way more recognition. So please check her out. If you're thinking about starting out as a male VTuber, but you're afraid that your gender is going to hold you back, I urge you, try it. Please try it. You might be surprised how far you can get with a solid VTuber concept and a very well thought out plan. And commissioning an editor. A lot of my growth is because of my amazing editor, E Harmonia. Please check her out below in the description.
Remember, growing on Twitch is fucking bullshit. Overall, growing with just streaming never works. Try to put some clips on YouTube for crying out loud. Try to put content on YouTube, it works. I don't know about TikToks and shit like that because that shit is just cancer.
Her editing commissions are wide open and 100%, they're well worth it. So here's the thing that I observed that might prove me wrong. At the top end, it might be a very, very different story. Let's look at two male VTubers that I greatly admire and study for hints on how to be the best VTuber that I can be. Poppy Fubar and Takahata 101. Both of them, they stream on Twitch. Let me tell you, they're both amazing content creators. Their streams are absurdly polished. The models are just great. The voice acting skill is top notch. Their stage presence, the stream.
I mean, if they have the good stage presence, if they can make it, if they are entertaining, if they are funny people without any funny moments, it's more obvious they're gonna grow. I mean, you need to have something more than just playing video games and make some funny jokes to grow on YouTube, and that's something a lot of us sometimes cannot figure it out. I know plenty of content creators that are not funny that grow because their videos are not exactly funny. I'm looking at the people that do video essays, which I love those videos. Some of those videos have millions of views. You need to figure it out instead of what type of content you do, what is popular. And I'm gonna say something interesting. A lot of people that do videos about VTubers that are independent from streaming, they don't get bad chances of growing. Let me tell you, I have a video with 6k views. The problem is a video criticizing Hime Hajime from Vsojo. And I don't want to be known as a VTuber critic, even though this community fucking needs one. But I don't want to be the critic, if you know what I'm saying. Even though this community fucking needs a fucking critic, because they fill with bullshits and shitty ideas that corpos put on their ads, and they cannot think for themselves.
Pacing, mwah, chef's kiss. I firmly believe that as a VTuber fan, both of them, they produce shows that deserves way over 1,000 live viewers. And that simply isn't the case yet, not even close. Maybe the numbers don't match the quality of their content because they're male VTubers, you know? I don't know. That might be the case.
No.
Anyway, that's my opinion. It may change.
No, it's not because of that Taka and Poppy don't grow as much as they are. It's not because of being male females. That's because there's a lot of fucking people that just want to follow the waifu or the husbando. It's not because of gender. It's because the VTuber community is filled with people with parasocial problems. I'm gonna say something that should not be said, but the average VTuber fan has a shitty taste on content. That's just one to say.
Change significantly as I progress as a male VTuber. Wait. Please, don't leave yet. Let me say one more thing. If you're interested in checking out my streams, just to see how I tick, please feel free to subscribe. I stream right here on YouTube every Monday, Thursday, and
That segue could be a bit better, but whatever.
Saturday. Come and ask me for advice. Tell me I'm wrong about some VTuber opinion I have. Anything. I would love to chat with you. Come cheer me on if you want to see me grow and prove that male VTubers can make it. Or
of course I can. Have you seen Vox Akuma? Oh, I forgot. He has a lot of parasocial things. Huh, really? So yeah, this guy has graduated a long time ago. As you can see, he just was spamming the channel with content. This was a really good idea. Sorry, my sister again. As it erupted through my door. But yeah, Mr. Random. What's the most popular video? Oh, it's this one. And this VTuber introduction. This sometimes gets a lot of views, but don't do this. This is gonna hurt your channel. Now, as you probably noticed, live. I want to see something. Oh wow, he only has 3. Wait, he deleted his old lives? Really? Huh. Weird, he deleted his old live streams. Oh, come on, stop appearing on my screen. That's, yeah. Oh, GX Aura. The girl that's been spamming. So basically Twitch and OperaGF have this kind of so OperaGF, the browser, had this thing when she was live streaming that had basically a window to her stream. It was counting if you just pass about your eyes to your screen, it would count as a view. But yeah, that's the thing when you have a fucking browser as your fucking parent company or something like that. You get those bonuses, but it sounds really so shitty. But again, Opera could not just live stream from Opera because no one uses Opera for that. So yeah, that's the thing. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let me just put a bit of music. What more do we have? Nina's face reveal. Yeah, because definitely a big face reveal. It's not like before she was a VTuber, she was a face, an IRL streamer, but whatever. And I was bored of the game. It was interesting in the beginning, but then it gets boring. Oh, this one is a bit interesting. What an interesting topic to watch. Shipping in the VTuber industry gets
Shipping.
weird.
Ordinarily,
Let's stop the music for a little bit. Okay, so let's see.
completely harmless. In my community, apparently, this has become something immensely toxic. This needs to stop.
Don't ship people. It's weird.
Don't make weird sexual shipping comments about my brother and I. He's my brother.
Don't divorce Daddy Kelly. Chat's not ready for stepdad, whatever her name. What? Anytime like a female interacts with Connor, oh my god, Iron Mouse, cringe.
Blaming
I don't think that's shipping a problem, that's a parasocial problem, but whatever.
and attacking because I was not spending time with somebody else. They felt that I was cheating on somebody else.
Shipping's pretty weird usually, but even if it wasn't weird, it's never gonna happen. 'Cause you know how it is.
Just don't make it weird.
Spoiler warning, they almost always make it weird. First thing
Yeah. It was make it weird, but that's because most people don't see VTubers as real people, because they really don't act as real people, because corporations don't like that. The appeal of a VTuber is not they are real, is that they look like an anime character playing video games. Why the fuck you think Neurosama is so popular, but she's she as a content creator is so boring. She says some random shit you laughing at the funny ha 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 AI. But they like, for example, even Neurosama, the haha look funny, I say funny things, people say, dude, she's just saying stuff, random shit. It's not even that funny anymore. But
things
yeah.
first, what the heck is shipping? Well, let's talk about it. Shipping, derived from the term relationship, is a practice in fan bases and communities of pairing characters romantically.
Really, you need to explain this on the VTuber community, which is a subculture from the anime community. It really need to be explained.
You like seeing those two characters interact in the medium and think, oh damn, I like these characters. It'd be cute if they were together. There starts a ship, a personal fantasy that you think about. So for example, Kid La Kill. People might ship Ryoku and Mako because of the way the two girls, despite their differing personalities, have amazing chemistry and support each other through thick and thin.
It's me. I'm just
Get fitted out. Shipping is mostly a harmless practice that fan bases of fictional media participate in.
Yeah, it is.
They
It's
create
more,
cute-
it's more like a funny, what's the Akira meme, what it's called? Intrusive thoughts? No, wait. Intrusive thoughts. It's like an intrusive thought you have, but it's actually cute.
Art, produce AMVs, have ship wars and amiibo that tear the entire community apart.
The day that people normalize the ship was it just was a Tumblr moment. Was the moment that the shit of shipping became toxic.
Keep in mind that I said mostly. A lot of times it gets weird. But in general, it's an interesting concept that despite its controversy can be practiced in fairness, recognizing it's a fantasy. Which is why one common rule, don't ship real people. Because it's weird and parasocial and kind of creepy. So why?
Ooh, surprise. On the VTuber community, fans of VTubers are having parasocial bullshit with shipping. Why is anyone surprised? Actually, the thing is, why now you're talking about this? Now. Okay, when I say now, it's like 3 months ago, but apparently 3 months ago it was a problem or something. Because shipping was never really stupid or a problem. That's not like people on the internet that stop watching shows if specific ships don't happen. Moment. Ah, for fuck's sake, my family keeps knocking at my door. And to do nothing, that's the funny part. Leave me alone, for crying out loud. So yeah, I have to wait until they bring the sheets of my bed. Because instead of coming all at once. But whatever. So yeah, you guys have to wait for a little bit. Finally, they stop interrupting me. Let's hear the sheets. I'll put on the bed in a couple of hours, for fuck's sake. Let's get back to this. Alright.
Why is shipping for the VTuber industry weird? See, the general job of a VTuber is acting out a character. And as a character, it's easier for audiences to objectify and in some ways push others to their own personal fantasies. Hell, some VTubers claim to experience and even encourage it by giving fan subbers to say.
And then they're complaining about it. I mean, you feed on it. You get what you reap what you sow, but whatever.
It's shippers. However, people forget something super important. This isn't merely fiction. These are.
And you guys forget that people are not normal. There's a lot of idiots on the internet. Actually, I would say better. The average intelligence of a human being on society overall is dumb. If you think that intelligence means to go to university, that's like top pyramid. The average person in general is dumb. Average intelligence is dumb. Alright? It's what you call dumb. Okay? So expecting them not to be weird, it was the stupidest idea ever. Even before VTubers, people were weird with characters. Do I have to say lolicons? Do I have to bring that stuff up? What made you think that with VTubers people will be normal out of nowhere? Expect always to be people being idiots.
Are real people behind these avatars. And it gets weird, like way too weird, bro. And a fallen angel gonna talk about it. Hey yo, it's the Leda. The fallen angel that'll spill water on your floor without cleaning it. Let's go over some ships in the VTuber industry, how it's caused problems for the creators, and then I'll give my general opinion on shipping in this medium. Because if my last video didn't communicate it, I had some thoughts. Get some snacks, get some water, get...
Copyright,
Let's get on with
right.
the video. Holy crap, Toledo's actually talking about Hololive! Yes, I've yet to make a video on Hololive. I just sorta don't know. I was exposed live at twitch.tv/AyoToledo, totally not a shameless plug by the way, for not knowing a damn thing during my Hololive Meme Smash tournament. Oh, look at what I call baton! So this is my Hololive redemption moment. Let me have this, okay? But yeah, Takamori. Takamori is a ship that consists of Takanashi Kiari, the Phoenix, and Crappy Bird, and Moi Calliope, the Sundari Reaper.
Me personally,
That sets Trigger on fire every week. A lot of VTuber ships generally start from friends getting to know each other over time, maybe making some spicy comments here and there, creating a community shipping culture over the days. But nah, bitch, nah. The dynamic was started up day one!
When I first saw her,
Wait, I just have a realization. So this guy, Toledo, he makes a video about racism on the VTuber community, and he mentions that a lot of VTubers that just drop the N-word easily, but he forgets that more Calliope every time she sings she says the N-word. Especially when she's doing covers. But apparently when she does it's okay. But whatever.
I was like, damn, she hot. You're like super cool rapping like that, but you're also sexy.
Then after their first collab stream, the ship became a thing. Kiara played the role of the aggressive woman with unrequited feelings, and Kali played the role of the Sundari that hit it. Headleans, love songs, the hypothetical bitch what? And the fan art of
The what?
the Sundari that hit it. Headleans, love songs, the hypothetical
Child is nicknamed Takimo collab. Here Sims played through. Oh. Well, guess who's feeding? Of course.
bitch what? And the fan art yo, down bad, bro. The shit sorta, got out of hand. Kiara and Kali's interaction with each other became hella limited. Every time Kiara
I mean, they were feeding the parasocial relationship. Now you could say, oh, but that was back on the day. There was no, no, there was always a parasocial relationship. There was always, before this, it was, for example, the one was out with Jaden Animations. Fuck, that shit was a tragedy. People were shipping them so much. It was so bad. Oh, Markiplier with Jacksepticeye. Who more? There was a couple more, I think, but I don't remember. Like, this thing about shipping content creators is not new per se. People just love to ignore it until their favorite content creator starts to cry about it, and now it's important.
I joked with anyone else, it suddenly became out Kali. Oh my god, Kali, Kiara, what are your thoughts?
Shut your bitch ass up!
And even with each other, Kiara's character became the unrequited horny pursuer that is defined by Kali and nothing else.
I don't want to, limit myself. That's maybe one thing I can say.
We don't want to force anything. We still have fun together. We have a collab this week, with some of the others. So, yeah.
They're still cool and entertaining with each other, but that's one of the dangers of shipping, the expectation of roles. The fanbase expected everything they did to revolve around the roles they set for their characters, creating conflicts with each other for collabs and events, which they kind of established it themselves. I'm still thinking about it. Day one, bro. Day one. But yeah, shipping culture can go so far that the audience expects everything you do to be about it, even to the point where...
And then content creators expect them not to be shipped when people are like, oh... I think that shit should have been talked day one. Why the fuck content creators think that the average viewer is actually smart? Because they're not. If the average person is smart, the average person was a doctor. And it's not. The average person is someone working at a temporary job. So yeah, that's what you have.
Where people mention it everywhere, even during other collabs. Time to get into another shit that went off the deep end.
Japanese? Who's Japanese? Japanese, not in your face. Ha ha, funny joke. Japanese.
I don't even got shit to say. This one got out of hand. Fox started collaborating a lot with an indie VTuber by the name of Shelto. During their first collabs, Fox and Shelto would make spicy comments, or as the YouTube algorithm suggests, sus moments with each other.
Sus.
I really like hearing you panic like that. It's kind of cute.
Your face is kind of cute.
You know how to turn it around.
I found this more funny than romantic, but whatever. But again, people are stupid and are weird, so what the fuck you want me to do? Can you shut up, please? Hell yeah, birdie.
As a result, this created shipping culture in the communities. And lore-wise, it somehow works. Shelto, the bane of all demons, and Fox, the one demon that breaks through Shelto's border. The enemies to lovers. My friend
What works through his pants?
Ruby can vouch that people love this trope. What did he say? Ruby, if you're watching this, you didn't subscribe to my channel yet.
According to Ipsos statistics, a lot of your audience
Me too.
y'all here? Well, imagine it gets so bad that they could not stream alone without someone mentioning the other. Hey, yo, guys, it's Showtime, and today we're gonna be playing. Oh, thanks for the donation. Where's your Vox boyfriend? I'm so. Let's go! Rock, 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 rock! So yeah, they had to address it.
Do not bring me up in other livers' chat, and do not bring up other livers in my chat. I love Shoto with all my heart. He's one of my closest friends. We collab all the time, and I love him very, very dearly. But I am not enjoying seeing people bring him up in my chat 24/7, no matter how much he has to do.
You fed the parasocial. At least on this day and age, I listen to less of this. Oh, people parasocial. People parasocial. Because now people are actually treating the viewers as if they were stupid. Now I want to see them treat it as they were way too stupid. I think that these guys had no idea what the fuck they were doing when they got into VTubing and etc, etc, etc. First things first, the appeal of a VTuber is not being a content creator. For the average VTuber fan, this means whole life is Sanji. They take a bunch of the average. You're not real people. You're a character playing video games. So yeah, you have that problem. Thankfully, in this day and age, it's less of that. But back on the day, you were just characters. And just like Weeaboos did with the anime characters, they objectify them. Ooh. And yes, and when these guys, let me tell you something, if corporations did not get complaints from the content creators themselves that they were not liking this, they would have milked that shit 100 times more and worse. Zip on the water. So yeah, you were lucky you actually complained early, because if you complained later, they would say, oh fuck you. Now that's part of YouTuber culture and you have to just go graduate yourself.
With the stream itself, do you understand?
So, mad respect to Vox alongside Shoto here for
mad respect.
boundaries and setting rules.
Yeah,
It got weird.
Yeah, and thank that they did as early as possible. I mean, they could have not ever fed Parasocial, but hey, corporations never allow YouTubers not to feed Parasocial. It's when it gets weird. It's when it's no longer beneficial. Corporations have no problem with parasocial relationships on audiences and content creators if they can get any level of benefits. If it's stopped being beneficial, now it's a problem with corporations when parasocial comes up. Because remember, parasocial brings more cash. The only reason they're not exploiting that, the corporations are not doing that, because these content creators can get away of the job. And at VSource has more VTubers.
What's another dangerous shipping? People will constantly invade
But
stream.
fair enough, this was back on 2001? 2021 maybe? There was actually shipping was never really a big thing on the VTuber culture. Not a major big thing per se. It was big indeed. It was a complaint back in 2021? Or back in 2022? What's up? God Games, welcome. I'm doing reactions. I'm terrible at this. So I'm using this just to spit some quick opinions. So right now we have shipping in the VTuber industry gets weird. And guess what? It's heavily connected with parasocial. Are we all surprised? Nope. So yeah. So what was this shipping? This was the Vox Akuma and the Vox Akuma and Shoto. And basically we got that part where both right now it's just Vox that says, please stop bringing me up on other on the chat of other streamers, and vice versa. But the thing is that I think this was predictable, honestly. This of, oh, let's play around with the shipping thing, and I think it was predictable. Like, this is gonna get out of hands. It's obvious. I don't know why. There's a lot of things on the VTuber community that obvious that go out of hands. But like YouTubers, no, it's not. It's okay. It's funny. And when it gets out of hands, now it's weird. And I'm like, no shit. It's like VTuber community is not based on the anime community. Have you seen how they treat the characters over there, which is what basically a VTuber is? And I'm like, why couldn't this be predictable? Why could not Vox and Shoto predict that they're going, oh my god, they're so cute to each other? Will not bring this shit up. This level of weirdness to the VTuber to their careers. So for that, I'm not used to speak my opinion like this without having a script. Let's roll the video a bit more.
And collabs because the ship fantasy has you revolve around someone else, and it makes things way too awkward. Anywho, we have a new feature for this VTuber channel, a VTuber being paired with a flesh tuber. Hot take, but can the VTuber community not use the word flesh tuber?
It's a bit weird of an expression, but hey, that's okay.
If it sounds like a monster for the thing doing a TikTok podcast on how I don't believe in human rights. But yeah, Iron Mouse and Sea Dog, that ship got some issues too.
Yeah, that's a massive problem. This is why Harama spends almost every week collabing with Connor. Can I make a break of 2 months not collabing with him? To make a massive break? To this day, still like this. For like every week they don't collab together, on the next week they have like 3 collabs together and are long collabs. Like I understand, Iron Mouse and Sea Dog are best friends and everything like that. And respect to that. But is it worth it working all the time together? I mean, you guys have private time where you talk together. I know they do. They don't need to be on stream to be talking together about anything. This all shipping thing. It's like my average opinion about shipping, and when people go weird, it's like it's obvious it was going to go weird if you keep feeding it. If I was right now to have, for example, I don't know, let's say it's another male VTuber here. Doesn't nothing come to my mind about a male VTuber. Oh, that was that one. You know what shipping is? Good for you. So shipping is a term of pairing 2 characters together in a romantic way. It's making romantic pairs basically. So I don't know how much anime you watch, but think. Nah, I cannot. If you don't know what shipping is, I don't even know much about anime. You know, can you? You probably. So the thing is, when it's anime characters, it's like, okay, I'm gonna say these characters because I think they're kind of popular. You see on Naruto, there is Naruto and there's. Oh, wait a minute, I'm gonna sneeze. So sorry. Alright, so let's say we have Naruto, cool ones. Let's say we have Naruto and Hinata. Thank you, God Games. Thank you very much. A lot of people shipped them, these characters, and eventually they became actually a couple. Actually, that's where Boruto comes from. Back on that, it was heavily shipped. I question if they were actually married because the creator of the anime or the manga who actually wanted them to be together, or first because of audience pressure. But to be fair, Hinata was giving a bunch of romantic weird signs. She was always getting heavily blush around Naruto. So yeah, that was that thing. So in here, what the shippings we. Ah, fuck, I lost my train of thought. I'm thinking about something else, sorry. I was explaining shipping. But I want to explain something else with the Naruto thing. The problem with shipping, it's not the shipping itself, is that people want that ship to be real. And that's the weird part. The shipping is like a joke fantasy thing. Oh my god, those characters will be cute together or something like that. It's that simple. The problem is when it goes a step forward and it gets weird. For example, we have Carrie and Calliope from... You got it, okay. That's the complaint over here, overall. And my thing is, here right now saying, is the shit about shipping between content creators is easy to avoid. I know, sometimes the audience does by itself. That's true. But this one is really easy. If you're going to collab all the time with the same type of... with the same person, and make the same... shipping jokes, you put on yourself to get on a weird aspect. For example, Iron Mouse and Sea Dog VF have that like old couple vibe. They always are bickering with each other. They say that they like each other very much all the time. Boom, you will get here. Vox, Akuma, and Shoto, they was always talking cute to each other. And like, If you spend all the time like, oh, I like you, it's just all basically all your not all interactions, but that's the biggest highlight, and you let that be the biggest highlight of your interactions, yeah, that's going to become weird. It's easy to avoid. Or at least do like day one if you see, okay, on this stream I did a lot of this, on this stream or on the beginning of the next one, I'm gonna warn people not to be weird about this. And try to convince the fucking clippers to clip that shit, for crying out loud. Make clippers clip things important, not just the clickbait thing. So let's move on to Armas and CDOG VA before I lost my train of thought again.
This one's an interesting case, as this is the one and only straight ship in this video. So yeah, a mouse and a monkey. Interesting dynamic. I Am Mouse and CDOG are two separate content creators. One a regular cam streamer, and one an insane rat VTuber. And they've been best friends for pretty much a long time now. During the chaotic, hilarious, and downright batshit insane moments.
Hold up. Don't imply.
You see?
This is just like being at the dinner table at Thanksgiving.
There were wholesome and even cute interactions once they support each other.
Eventually.
That. Wait. Fuck, this all delay. This monkey, by the way, this is on VR chat. This monkey over here is actually Connor, the so-called guy, and she's just hugging him around.
Cute interactions once they support each other.
Eventually, we'll get that beer. All right, happy birthday.
Not this. This is not. This is not problematic, because if you are aware of, our mouse is basically stuck on our bed because of a disease, and CDOG promised that one day when she gets out of it, he promises to buy her a beer so they can go to a bar together. It's not romantic, it's super friendship awesome, and I don't think there's nothing shipping about here, but
So it created
but I know.
a bit of a shipping cult. Okay, saying a bit is hilarious. Tons
Yeah.
of fan art, dedicated clip channels, a
Yeah.
song cover by the Go
Yeah.
Angel Stand, animations, and a webtoon comic. Hell, even they friends threw their licks in.
Man, you're whipped. What?
There's no way it gets weird.
Oh, and even their friends are filling this shit up. Oh, I wonder if it's going to be problematic. This one in particular, I don't remember if everyone out of oh yeah, I remember now. It was when Connor collabed with any other female streamer. They would say, "Oh my God, Connor is shitting on Armas. Shut the fuck up." Yeah, I put down after these three examples. Most people now, if they seeing like this kind of shipping between two content creators happening, content creators now have early red flags being activated or red alerts being activated, where they need to come out to the public and say, "Hey, don't be weird when I'm around this person. We don't have any relationship just because it's funny and that's it." Remind people about being normal, because people are weird on the internet. I don't know why people think the average person on the internet that actually goes deep on this shit is normal. No one is here normal here on the internet. We're all a bunch of nerds. We're a bunch of losers. Y'all play. What do you play? God games? What loser game you play? COD? Fortnite? You know what I play? BattleBit. Warframe. What other games I have? Cyberpunk 2077. Like a loser. God.
Or she left X person for new person. And I'm
Wow.
like, that's just cringe. Come on, man. This is so cringe.
Anytime like a female interacts with Connor, oh my God, Iron Mouse cringe.
Careful with the copyright music, my buddy. I know this is probably not copyrighted because he would not upload it, but you know, there's too much music.
What was it, IMS?
Just don't make it weird.
Thanks, IMS. Have a great day, but they always make it weird. What
Yeah.
are we really getting at by talking about these ships? Shipping is a weird topic.
You play Stellaris? Me too. I have a series on my channel. I might make another one. Now because now I have the what's the name of that DLC? The new one? The Galactic Paragons. I'm such a loser. I actually bought that shit. Why is this
VTubers
so
are seen as a
slow?
bridge between fiction and reality. It's an immersive and fun medium to see people act, roleplay, and service fantasies. But the hard thing is that people really don't get to their own people. Weird fans get delusional, start overstepping boundaries, begin making others uncomfortable, and bridge the gap between the viewer and the creator. Which is why I'm personally not into shipping. One, I can't see VTubers as just characters. I see VTubers as avatars for real people to create content. And it's personally weird for me to ship real people. Plus, it really don't help when some of y'all be shipping people with a brother. serious or what? Like
Thank
someone
you.
needs to go Tokyo Revengers your ass. You're weird! Hell, the worst part is VTubers who aren't comfortable with being shipped get attacked for saying not to ship people. Or a crony from Hololive got harassed and attacked because he said it was weird to ship people and coworkers. Which, all things considered, it kinda is. But saying that, quote-unquote, ruined the shipping immersion for Hololive ships like Korone and Kaiju. Yeah, Kamori made a solid video talking about Gatscore culture and agencies and really brings to light how that culture, including
I just
the
remember.
shipping part, can create...
Fuck! Oh yeah, the crony one. For some reason, there's something off about that all. Don't ship people. But have you seen all usually Hololive and the girls operate between each other like... Like you need to do weird stuff on the internet to not be called weird per se.
this industry, so check out and support that video, or expose you for having fake. But if the towns involved are okay with shipping them, then go on ahead. Just don't make it weird. Cute art and music are adorable, and I might even find it.
And creators, if you're okay with shipping, don't get surprised if it gets weird too. Stop defending so much content creators. They are not all saints, and the corporations are brave. Okay, a lot of people feed on purpose some parasocial things on the views so the views can give more cash. It's called marketing, and indeed is soulless. Look at the games that are basically great commercial successes and actually see what's actually in there, like Call of Duty. They're commercial successes. They're the best games on the market right now. Are they good games? Fuck no. They're soulless, they have no soul. But that's the difference. A game is a game and it's like an object. Content creators are people. So yeah, that's that boundary.
Accounts have a cute nightmare, but harassing streamers for not hanging out with the other, attacking other streamers for quote-unquote cheating, or making crazy-ass assumptions that objectify a real human's boundaries makes the entire stream experience uncomfortable. So yeah, just don't be weird. I wonder how many times I've said weird in this video. If you're old enough, take a shot every time I say weird.
Bruh, cat break. Ow.
Just be respectful, because shipping in the VTuber industry gets weird.
Hello.
Shipping is a mostly harmless practice in general, but for VTubers it's an interesting case. There can be cute art, cute fan work, and entertaining content. And if the VTubers are okay with it, it ain't my business. But there's a big habit in the VTuber industry in which people take it too far. People might get harassed, be berated with messages, forced into roles, or even sent threats for ruining the experience of VTuber ships, which is why in my personal opinion, shipping in this industry gets weird. In general, respect the boundaries of the creators. Please don't be odd, go outside and get some vitamin.
You should add that if you creators going to be shipping, don't expect weird stuff to happen.
And I mean these nuts in your mouth. That's not even in the script, bro. What the Anyway, that's pretty much it. If you got this far, thanks for watching your local Fallen Age.
Yeah. So shipping, yeah. Tell you what, don't feed the parasocial. If they're over shipping you, stop it. Put a break onto it. Inside we feel weird that you have to do it. Hey, oh, look, Vox is alive right now. How is he doing? Nothing. What the fuck is he doing right now? Let's just peek. Right now he's just stalking around, so yeah. So, what else? So, what else? Why she left Sojo? Because she want more money. There you go. Man, this makes me so sad.
Oh, soldier, who will they ever find to replace you?
The voice actor of Social died with COVID back in 2020. Hell yeah, Rick May. You were good, son, real good. Maybe even the best. Rest in peace, Rick May. You live in our games forever. Damn, this one always leaves me a little bit sad. And oh my god, is this celebrate? Yeah.
If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight. Sun Tzu said that, and I'd say he knows a little more about fighting than you do, pal, because he invented it. And then he perfected it so that no living man could best him in the Ring of Honor. He'll turn red any second now.
Any second now. See? Red. Oh wait, that's blood.
We cannot teleport bread anymore.
Whoa, whoa. Not exactly, soldier.
Dear God, Admiral, no. Good news, we're not dying. We are going to live forever.
All right, maggot. You're a year older, and you're lucky you survived this far. So stick around. Maybe you'll make another year, or maybe not. That's up to you, maggot. Keep playing the game, and happy damn birthday!
Fly high, Rick. We still miss you after 3 years. Yes, we do.
Oh.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I cannot play this video for fuck's sake. Oh my god, this shit is so good. Who is King of Upward? I don't know which class could be considered the King of Upward. Okay, I'm slowly getting more comfortable with this reacting thing. I'm starting to think about stuff. I always take a little bit to be comfortable with live streams. I'm so sorry. Oh, by the way, how much they took me to be so comfortable with this? An hour and a half. I'm a fucking noob. And I'm gonna celebrate 1 year of content creation as M. And I'm still a fucking noob at it. And you know what? I don't mind it. I'm happy this way. Okay, I know. Starfield is not that as good. It's they are being overselling. They are overselling how good it is. It's not that good. Sedge. What many VTubers are missing? Money. Oh, it's should your boyfriend play Baldi Gates 3? Oh, it's a girlfriend reviews. Yeah, you should, because you probably would end up in a gay relationship. You only should be if he's bi, so yeah. Oh, an Nissan member? Cool. Oh, the shiny internet modded. Yeah. If Call of Duty was an anime, it would be shitty. To actually watch anime, you have to buy microtransactions. Microtransactions, actually. Let's just put the music on. We're just not to have sex. Nope, ain't gonna watching this. Any suggestions? Oh, the Actman. Love this game's music. If I watch any of these videos, I'm gonna become popular? No. Oh yeah, Overwatch 2 is a lazy sequence. I never played Overwatch 1, but I can smell the laziness. What's the next music? Silent No More. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, do violent.
Alright. Let's watch the war against video games by the Actman. Oh, fuck. Boop.
Video games cause violence.
Underlying fear expressed by parents during public hearings that video games lead to violence.
The gun violence has more to do with video game weapons than real ones, right?
What? Gun violence and it's more caused because of video games than the guns itself? Bruh. I don't know what's the context of that. But that's the dumbest shit in the world.
Are they going to become violent just by playing Grand Auto Theft and Halo and these games?
There's been plenty of research out there which shows a link between violent video games and aggression.
Violent video games increase aggressive behavior.
These video games, to me, are murder simulators, is what they are.
He was trained to kill with Call of Duty.
Because recoil of weapons, how to handle the physical tension of killing, whatever the fuck it is. A video game by
Violence is more
sorry for doing this, but you got my point. Yeah, because doing this trains you somehow to go yeah, right.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It's a tale as old as time. A new craze or idea catches on in societies across the world. Many people approve of it, and many others condemn it. Going so far back as the 1st century when Christianity started popping up, and the Roman Empire had banned this new religion that they feared. Or in the 4th century when Aristotle claimed the earth was round, but his theory was still opposed by people who believed it to be flat. The same thing happened when newspapers started getting popular, and they were accused of ruining social interaction, just as the smartphones and mobile devices we have today are.
I don't think the newspapers did that. I think what it is highlighted how much people don't want to talk with each other. Have you seen, like, even if there's no journalists that be on a train station, they don't talk with each other. Are you telling me that back on that day of the journalists, people were talking to each other so much inside of a train?
Are claimed to be doing the same thing. There's always something in this world of ours that is destroying the very fabric of society.
Centuries ago, it was the pamphleteers who were scolded for dragging down society. In the 50s, it was comic books, and in the 60s, it was the Beatles.
And at one hearing, a so-called forensic scientist said one comic promotes sadistic fantasies to kids. That comic was Superman.
To try to blame Shakespeare and the violence in Shakespeare and the violence in art for violence that happens in the real world is something that's been tried for years and is always wrong.
Whenever a new form of media comes out that particularly older generations don't use and don't understand, it's very, very common for that new media to be blamed for a variety of social ills.
It's the same old song and dance, you know, rock and roll and everything that you want to pick from throughout the years.
And now in the modern era, the new craze that has faced opposition for the last 40 years is video games. There have been an enormous amount of reports, articles, discussions.
I know it's technically in this age it's kind of a old school like thing to talk about, but it's also an interesting one.
And research into the correlation between video games and real-life negative consequences. The key words, violent video games, are often at the forefront of these reports. Some of them would have you believe playing Grand Theft Auto will make you want to steal a car, or that Watch Dogs teaches gamers how to hack into tablets and
yeah, Watch Dogs teaches how to hack, right?
Spy on people in their own homes.
This game is teaching people to hack in to whatever is docked in your bedroom.
Some articles claim there really is no problem, but if you've ever read a Darwin Awards book, you know that there are a lot of dumb people in this world that do
especially on the
stupid
internet,
shit, die and or kill people because they are fucking stupid.
You know, I don't think
video games make people do stupid things, but sometimes they make stupid people do stupid things.
I've gone through
Thank you, my good sir.
tons of different articles, videos, and research on the subject, both for and against violent video games. And both sides, no matter the source, are always phrased differently, but with the same message. Video games are responsible for real-life turmoil, and video games are not responsible. With such massive coverage and in-depth research into the subject, join me as I take an in-depth look at both sides and examine this 40-year war against gaming.
So because I already watched this video, it never looks into, it just defends video games basically on this video.
The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic.
To essentially be a terrorist and kill
Spend
people.
hours playing violent video games like Doom.
Cold-blooded murder is making Mortal Kombat the most popular video game
But
in
now,
history.
a full-scale battle has been
this video.
joined between the video game industry and its opponents.
It's hard to think of anything that has changed so rapidly and quickly as the video game medium, aside from the technology itself. Coming from something as simple as two rectangles hitting a square to a full-fledged interactive movie that can look as real as any Hollywood production, with
Hell
characters
yeah.
that make you care, a universe you can feel immersed in, and a fun factor you can share with your friends and family. As technology has improved, so has the level of realism that video games create. But there is something within gaming's lifetime that hasn't changed. Something beyond the graphics, the controller, the platform it's played on, or the gamers who buy it. What hasn't changed is the war against them. While games in this 40-year time period have evolved into a legitimate art form and business that employs thousands of people, the same old tired arguments are used to vilify video games and the people that buy them. The examples are countless, since the days of pinball machines and Pong in the 1970s to the current age of Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, and numerous other franchises. These people, we'll call them anti-gamers, have maintained a constant war against video games they believe simulate and promote murder, rape, robbery, and other despicable crimes. In 1976, an arcade game called Death Race was criticized by the media for having the player run over gremlins that apparently resembled stick figures, which could resemble real people given if you could somehow see this indescribable series of pixels as a human being. In hindsight, this Death Race could be seen as the progenitor of the Grand Theft Auto series. In the early 1980s, Ronnie Lamb sought legislation that would control the proximity of which a gaming arcade could be created around schools, a legal restraining order against video games. In 1992, the original Mortal Kombat was released, being one of the first highly publicized games to portray blood and gore to such a degree.
Hell yeah.
It sparked a massive media outrage that led to the creation of the ESRB in the United States and various other game rating systems across the world, the Entertainment Software Rating Board, a company whose sole purpose is to regulate and assign ratings to video games so that people who buy the games know what type of content they will be seeing in it. It's important to note that video games have been targeted and attacked by a metric fuck-ton of groups.
Yeah.
Gun enthusiasts and the NRA.
It's not our guns that kill people, are the video games, it's the person behind it. Yeah, sure, okay, yes, it's the person that uses the weapon. But I mean, he would not be able to kill if he did not have a weapon, right? Right?
Feminists, SJWs, religious folk, pastors, and Christian leaders. Criticism has come from the government of the United States and probably some European countries and down under, from careful or paranoid
And there
parents,
and there.
and of course, the conglomerate of news media. Video games have been so controversial that cases and laws have gone as far as reaching the Supreme Court. These are the ones we'll be taking a look at, except feminists and SJWs. That'll be its own video. So we've taken a look
That will
at
be
a
fun.
brief history of the war on video games in the past. And there's so many examples that it's unrealistic to list them all in a single video. But now let's look at the actual arguments and people who sought to condemn video games.
This is a long ass intro, my dude.
So video games, those things are taking many people to hell.
Ah, religion. The great
Uh.
opposition of nearly every scientific or artistic advancement in the last
Do we ever even have to count religion at all? Like, do we have even to count? Everyone knows that religion would be against anything that's not religion itself. So why the fuck we even count it? Do we have to count religion? It makes no fucking sense counting religions at all. Like, fuck them.
Years. Just as they took a stance against the round earth theory, so too do some religious leaders take a stance against video games.
There are
What, there's been any popes that spoke about video games? Nope. So who cares?
young gals in this church, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful young gals, and you know why they can't get a date?
I mean, it's a bit funny, that's true. But maybe because they're not that interesting, those gals. Maybe those gals are not that interesting to speak to. It's more than just beauty, Mr. Pastor.
That retarded spirit got on the young men.
He then went on to curse
Did he just say the R word? Oh.
The Xbox in the name of Jesus. Oh my god, now that's just fucking ridiculous.
And don't even get me started on the Xbox.
Fucking voice remote control for your television!
There are many people who seek religion for advice and guidance on their lives, to hopefully lead them down a better path. But would you believe that in recent years, people have sought answers from the Bible on video games?
He says, I was wondering, in today's world of video games, is there any insight to this in the Bible?
What does the Bible say about video games?
You heard that right.
Why the fuck are you looking to a book made even before television, radio, cars, trains, banks? Like, why? Why? This book is being written by people with visions, quote-unquote divine real visions, by the way. I think those people were high out of their mind, drunk out of their mind when they don't have those dreams, but that's just my opinion.
There are actually people on this planet who sought advice about video games from the freaking Bible. Now, while this video and channel has everything disabled, the insight he gives is actually not bad. Basically, he says if you're addicted to video games and if they're detrimental to your health, job, education, or relationships, then it might be best to avoid them. And if video games don't cause problems with those areas of your life, then you're probably fine with playing them.
Now, we can't overtly say that video games are a sin because the Bible doesn't speak of video games. It was written long before video games.
However, this next man is far less reasonable, stating an ultimatum that would make Obi-Wan cringe.
If you were playing a video game, and that video game contains things that are sinful, then that's wrong.
Sounds like all the gears in this guy's head were working at maximum speed in order to articulate this basic as fuck sentence.
In that video game contains
Thank you, Ackman.
things that are sinful.
Now let's turn this own guy's logic against him. If you are reading a book that contains things that are sinful, then that's wrong. This man probably doesn't even know that there are video games based off the Bible. But we'll just gloss over the animal abuse in Super Noah's Ark 3D. This finely dressed gentleman seeks to prove that video games are a causation of violent crime. Let's hear what he has to say.
Well, first of all, John, God understands violence.
Okay, you could have picked a better or even relevant opening statement, but continue.
His son, Jesus Christ, was nailed to a tree for our sins and died for our sins, and God raised him to life. God understands violence.
All right. As much as I'd like to respond to the absurdity of this statement and the lack of relevance
look,
it has to the
Titanfall.
subject, I'm just going to say that religion, any religion, has absolutely no authority on the video game industry. None.
But we certainly can tax them, John. We can tax violence. Why don't we try that?
Tax
we do
violent
that to
video games.
cigarettes, alcohol. Why not tax violence?
Right, because taxing addictive substances known to cause cancer and are two of the biggest preventable causes of death in the US is the exact same thing as taxing a video game where you shoot people. I should have expected such profound, undeniable logic from a...
What's the solution for something that is addictive? Taxing it. Well, this means those people probably will do even more illegal stuff to get the money to pay for that addictive stuff. I'm just saying. So since because technically, second the United States law, I'm not from the United States, but I know there's an amendment which video games are protected over. It's the Second Amendment, I think it is that. So yeah, you fucked it.
Religious zealot. But here's the most important statement he makes.
Listen, I've had guns all my life. My father gave me my first gun when I was 9 years old.
Oh, the hypocrisy of church, so beautiful. It's wrong to play a video game but it doesn't hurt anyone. But it's okay to have a gun. Guns are made to kill. That's it. Guns are made to kill. I don't need graphs. I don't need research. Guns were meant to kill. Why the first gun was made for? To kill. To be efficient for armies. Let's stop pretending that guns now are things like a shield. Seriously, sometimes I look at the United States and I think, how the fuck does that country, the most powerful country at all, when most people are fucking stupid? Sorry for any Americans in the audience, but your country has some stupid people out there. I mean, yeah, the logic that if everyone in the United States has a weapon, it's harder to invade. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. But remember, if that same people want to riot against your nation, it's going to be easier too for them to do that. Yeah, there is that. It's a double-edged sword. If you have people that are more independently protected, that increases the chance of that same people overthrowing you. And you cannot do much about it because, yeah, they are armed. It's a double-edged sword. It's like not having guns. Like, yeah, Portugal, cannot have guns unless hunting equipment. In turn, if someone riots, it's way harder to them to do anything. But of course, if we get invaded, it's easy to invade because the army has to do anything. Especially when Portugal has a small army compared to the United States. And without counting that it has a fucking spread around to the world army too.
Be it from me to criticize the cultural norms of our beautiful Confederate Southerners. But is he seriously arguing that giving a 9-year-old a violent video game is more damaging than giving him a physical handgun?
Everyone I grew up with had guns, but we didn't go around shooting people.
Yes, you didn't go around shooting people because you weren't fucking insane. Just as most people who play violent video games don't go around shooting people because they aren't insane and their parents didn't give them a firearm at 9 years of age. The majority of the Christians who speak on video games are overtly negative, but there are a couple like this guy, Pastor Bob, who actually have interesting and important things to say on the matter.
And I think if we followed things that everybody told us that Christians should or should not do, we'd be exhausted and we'd be paralyzed. You know, some things you really have to decide for yourself, and this is one of those kinds of decisions.
The unreasonable ones advocate for blind restriction, while the more compassionate Christians say it's up to you. And I
technically the real Christians, because apparently the religion of Christianity is all about love and compassion of the Lord. And ironically, half of them are fucking assholes.
think that's more important. This channel right here is probably the worst of them all. 10 facts about hell you're not being told. 10 facts about the mark of the beast Satan doesn't want you to know. Someone should check the Bible and see if clickbait is a sin, because if so, this dude is gonna burn.
If we set our minds on things which are not godly, which are worldly, which are
This is called brainwash.
Sinful, they will have a negative impact on our character. And I think that's a plan of the devil. He wants to bombard us with violence so that we are so desensitized that when people hear the gospel, it has little effect on them.
The devil wants to desensitize us? Well, what about those games where you actually, you know, fucking kill the devil or some evil forces? I mean, is a game like Doom so bad for having all that satanistic imagery?
Inside of these video games is actually the devil and the demons. Their influence is there, their presence is there, but you can't see them with the natural eye.
Dude, we're fucking killing all of that shit.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. If anything, we're preparing to kill demons. When the rapture comes, who's to say Satan isn't going to make a move, eh? The most ironic part of these Christians being against violent video games is they talk about how detrimental that violence is, but at the same time they wear a necklace of a man nailed to a cross.
Yeah.
Preach the Bible, but fail to make the connection that violence can be a source of learning. It's a tool used by storytellers and the very same ones that wrote the Bible. I mean, is the story of David and Goliath detrimental to society because he cut off Goliath's head? Would the crucifixion of Jesus had been a source of powerful imagery if he had just been buried alive? Would we all be wearing necklaces of dirt instead of the cross? My point is, you can't just condemn any violent medium because it contains violence, especially if you use religious texts as a source and then ignore the violence within your own beliefs, teachings, or religion. Now, what these religious folk seem incapable of understanding is the separation of church and separation of fantasy from reality. And to summarize this religious
You were saying what? Church
I
and
found
what?
the perfect comment. I am a Christian, and I play video games like Battlefield and Grand Theft Auto, but I don't let it affect me because it is a video game.
This is too hard to comprehend, you see.
I don't play video games. I don't understand video games.
I've never played a video game. I hate to tell you that.
What is it called? Art of War, Man of War? What do the kids play?
I don't know anything about the dopey game. I don't do this kind of stuff.
If there's anything that discredits most of the anti-gamers and their arguments against gaming, it's two things: their inability to understand the difference between fantasy and reality, and their lack of experience with video games. That makes them look severely out of touch.
These games rewire your brain. They rewire. We don't even know what they do yet. This is brand new stuff.
Ooh, brainwash.
Like Bill O'Reilly, who can't even be bothered to memorize a 3-word title that's tossed around in every discussion about violent
What? Grand Theft Auto?
video games.
Are they going to become violent just by playing Grand Auto Theft? Grand Auto Theft? Grand Auto Theft? Grand Auto Theft?
Wait, is this the same guy?
It's even the name of a crime, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
Many of these people try to pass themselves off as experts in the field, but anybody who actually plays video games can see right through their facade. Like this guy right here.
So if you're just out like hitting mushrooms and like going super big and playing Super Mario Brothers.
Who the fuck has ever used that type of terminology when referring to a Mario game? Nobody. Least of all those that have actually played it. A lot of these people sound uneducated. They speak to the ignorant masses who don't play or understand video games, and they form their own circle of ignorance. But gamers will immediately know they are full of shit.
If anybody watching isn't a games folk, and if so, rude, I want to point out that games can do a lot of stuff that isn't murder. There's The Sims. There's Minecraft. That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
Now, is this guy just shitting out a video? Or is he really even a gamer? You honestly can't think of any other video games that don't contain murder besides Minecraft and The Sims. What about nearly every sports game ever made?
Oh yeah, the sports
Crash
game.
Bandicoot.
I forget that sports games are the thing. I hate those things so much.
Custom Robo, Kirby Air Ride, Sonic, Pac-Man.
Oh my god, my dear Sonic. Pac-Man! I mean, is eating ghosts technically is violent, technically?
About puzzle games, which count. Lego Star Wars is a game that has murder in it. What about Guitar Hero, Rock Band, all those rhythm games? Instantly, this guy has lost all credibility because he looks out of touch. Generally, we all seek advice on things from people who we believe know what the fuck they're talking about. A source needs to be credible for us to even consider believing its validity. But even
yeah, they can go for everything, not just the news guys. There's a plenty of YouTubers could be like that too.
Even if someone has the credibility, they can still make shit arguments. It's easy to understand why gamers get so outraged when they see these people acting like they know what they're talking about. because to them, they're simply trivializing and generalizing gaming culture. A large portion of the anti-gamers are probably people that grew up in the 70s and 80s, and they obviously don't have any personal experience with games or gaming culture, but for some reason they all think they're an authority on the subject and that their thoughts matter. Like this turd nozzle who isn't even sure if video games have a rating system.
And I believe there is warning on a lot of these games. Isn't there for adult content only?
Like, dude, have you ever even bothered to look at a cover of a game? Or go into a store and talk to the people?
No.
Or a 30-second Google
No,
search
I didn't.
before you come on the news and start spouting your ignorance?
Because they're not paid to make research, they paid to sell an idea.
While on the other side, in some of these videos, the people we see defending video games are in an arcade, with their kids, or talk like they actually know what they're talking about.
You know, let's be honest, the 20th century with comic books and movies, when those came in, every time there's a new medium, people who don't have the experience you have of playing them as they grew up, they don't really know what to make of them, so they find them confusing and they find them a bit alienating. When the novel came out, not everybody could read a book, so they weren't literate, so they couldn't understand it fully. In the same way, not everybody can physically use a controller, so they have a literacy problem, so they can't really directly engage with the medium, so they can't really understand it.
I'm not going to claim to be a psychology expert because I'm not, but you get these psychology experts that I don't believe they've ever played any of these video games, and they're sitting there telling us, telling the world what they say video games are going to make people do or not do, and it just seems all backwards.
People fear what they don't understand and hate what they can't conquer. And it is mostly these people who do not understand video games or gaming culture that feel so empowered to speak out against it.
The bottom line, parents wonder if kids can separate fantasy from the real thing.
The second piece of this puzzle is knowing and understanding the separation of reality from fantasy. In a lot of these news reports and the inane ramblings of Glenn Beck, they claim that games like Call of Duty, Battlefield, and others have trained people how to shoot and be killers.
Oh, that argument is so cringe. So I never shoot a real weapon. I shoot what's called air suppressor. Basically, it just shoots a little. What's the name of that word? Sorry, let me do a Google search. Traductor. Shumbu. Oh, it's lead. Okay, so it's little like lead-shaped bullets, but they're really tiny, and you just air pressure to shoot those things. I felt like the kick of that. Let me tell you something. My aim is terrible with that shit. It still targets. There's no way in hell. Oh yeah, things like this, like bullets, like things like this. There's no way in hell a video game can train you how to shoot. Like if someone gives me a real gun and start to shoot that shit, I think I'm gonna break an arm or something. But then again, we still are the same country. There's guns everywhere. And you can get a license by just going to a store, I think. I don't know all the steps you need to do to get a license. Actually, how to get a gun license in Portugal? No, you're never gonna get one. In USA. So how the fuck do you get the gun license on USA? Because I think it's way... You must be... That's okay. Don't worry, people. I already revealed my age. Don't worry. Don't feel bad. Don't worry. You're not seeing nothing that you cannot see. Basic firearms. So introduce your pistol, basic defense, shotgun, shooting. Okay, no. How to get a firearms license in USA. In their minimum, the Gun Control Act and which bring a firearm. This is illegal resident must be at least 18 years of age to purchase shotgun or rifles and ammunition. All firearms and guns, for example, can only be sold to people 21 and older. What? Citizen and legal residents must be at least 18 of age to purchase shotgun or rifles and ammunition. What? So Yoga can purchase a shotgun and a rifle, but you can only have handguns with 21? This must be bugged or something. While requirements differ from state to state, typical purpose FOF requires the players to apply for a license through a local or state law enforcement, complete a firearms safety training course, provide a detailed background information, often including fingerprint, and pass a comprehensive background check. So if you overall are a good citizen, overall healthy, and are on age, you can just have a gun, basically. You just need to go to the right place. That's it? Wow. Wow, and having the course, which probably everyone is asleep at that shit. Maybe as a test or something. The firearms safety center can be purchased and complete at firearms dealers with Dodge instructions. So some stores can just have this thing, and you just get into the classes of that store. Huh. So it's that easy to get the training.
But I ask everyone watching this right now, who has ever used a firearm before, was there any shooter you played that has perfectly simulated what it's like to shoot a firearm? A game that perfectly simulated the recoil of a pistol or assault rifle. Does Call of Duty teach you how to run with a firearm? Does a controller have as much weight to it as a shotgun? And to the older NES crowd that might be watching, was Duck Hunt a game that trained you how to shoot plates out of the sky? Of course not, because they're just games that do not and cannot represent reality exactly as it is. You can't use a pair of nunchucks in a video game and then buy a pair of nunchucks and do crazy Bruce Lee shit. Just as you can't shoot.
Is that Actman himself?
Buy a pair of nunchucks and do crazy Bruce Lee shit. Just as you can't shoot a gun in a game and instantly buy a gun and figure out how it works right away. So the argument that shooter games train people and children to be killers is completely absurd. In fact, it's absurd across the board. Now let's just take a second to look at how out of touch this guy right here is.
So what's he gonna do? Is he gonna pull the door open and knock the guy out? Let that guy get that. It's not the... Look, there's blood all over the front.
Grandparents watching the... Either this is a fake
this is
so
cringe. I couldn't... Sorry, I had to jump because...
watching the program, or this is a grown-ass man who has been sheltered his entire life, had no friends that played video games, and this is his first experience seeing it.
I don't understand how it's fun to ram into someone.
Shit, maybe because the game itself is fun to play. Maybe it's
Have you seen the ragdoll physics?
A lot of copies for a reason. Maybe people can do these crazy things in video games because the only consequences occur are in the game and not real life. Maybe running over aliens is fun for the same reasons running over people is. Maybe we shoot our Marines in Halo because they say funny shit.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? Not!
It's not like because I do that I'd actually shoot a real-life Marine, you daft Neanderthal. Let's keep using this logic. Does playing Roller Coaster Tycoon train me to be a competent architectural engineer or an expert in business? Does this game train me how to open my own theme park? Does it train me how to construct roller coasters? Of course not, because it's a game. It doesn't represent reality. If you've driven the fastest cars in a Forza Motorsport game, does that mean you could hop into a stock car and race in the
I mean, there's this movie about Gran Turismo, but I don't know if how much real it is. I don't know if there's actually been a racer that actually played first the game and then he was using he knew the map or something like that. It sounds interesting, the idea. Even if it's true, there's actually a racer, that would be an interesting story, but... I'm gonna be honest, driving a car is not hard. Everyone drives a car. To race a car, you just have to have a fast car and you need to pedal to the metal and know all go to the simulations, basically like video games, but whatever.
NASCAR circuit as a professional.
No.
There are some games made to be like simulations, but even then, no simulation can prepare you enough for doing something in the real world.
You know, I don't know why he would want to simulate this. If there was a video game where you got hit in the head with a snow shovel, would you want to know what that really felt like?
You cannot learn martial arts by simply playing Mortal Kombat or watching Dragon Ball. You need to physically do and perform these things with your own body because
Oh, Ackman actually did some of these
It is
stuff.
muscle memory. It's as simple as that. One of the biggest reasons people play games is because they can do things they wouldn't normally be able to do in real life. But it is this lack of understanding the difference between reality and fantasy that causes so many of these anti-gamer arguments to lose all validity. There have been many lawsuits proposed throughout the years which would hamper the game industry's abilities on what they could put in their games and who could buy them. I reckon most people don't care for the legal mumbo-jumbo, but gamers should rejoice because most, if not all of these laws, were never passed.
Along with California, 9 other states passed laws banning the sale of violent video games to children, but legal challenges stopped any of those laws from ever taking effect.
Most of the justices really thought this law is too vague. It can be too broadly applied and would be too onerous both on the game developers, the game publishers, and too restrictive for, First Amendment rights of even the minors.
First Amendment. Okay, it's the first one, not the second. The second is with the arms, and the first one is actually a general idea.
The judges would oftentimes find no reasonable or provable correlation between violent or obscene video games and violent actions, or that they were damaging to minors.
San Andreas, a classic.
Nor were any of the proposed laws written clearly enough for judges to take them seriously. Most of the time they were just too vague, and the restrictions they proposed were a violation of the First Amendment, that glorious, beautiful first guy.
Actually, let me read this. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibition the free exercise thereof, or abridge the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right to the people prosper to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. That shit is vague as fucking old as fuck. I don't understand this shit. Article 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed. That's fucking creepy and apocalyptic as fuck, this article, but whatever.
Goddamn amendment.
And to paraphrase one court observer today, Thomas Jefferson didn't have an Xbox, but when it comes to violent video games, no matter how graphic, the government cannot ban their sale to kids because, of course, what Jefferson stood for also protects video games.
Probably the most notable opponent of the video game industry was a lawyer by the name of Jack Thompson, who had been featured in many of these news media videos and discussions, and had filed tons of lawsuits against video game producers, retailers, companies, you name it. This guy's Wikipedia page is filled with numerous lawsuits he has filed, with him constantly casting blame and claiming video games were responsible for certain shootings and murders. All of them were struck down. What's funny is Jack Thompson was disbarred, which basically means he is fired from being a lawyer in the United States for the rest of his life. This usually happens because of unethical or criminal conduct, and I think that says a lot when gaming's biggest opponent.
His words have no weight with him. Why are we even listening to him? Why are we giving him time of the day?
Had his law license revoked, and it says a lot about the cases Jack Thompson tried to make against video games. It all ends up the way it is now because nobody has or could sufficiently prove the causation of violent and obscene video games with real-world crime. And from a legal standpoint, that tells us a lot about the war against video games.
The judgment from the court was crystal clear that California's statute was flawed in every legal regard. Today, the nation's highest court, in a 7-2 decision, ruled that law is unconstitutional. The games are protected by the First Amendment.
Today's ruling by the court is a clear statement that video games are entitled to the same degree of First Amendment protection as motion pictures, music, and books.
Of course, one of the major concerns these anti-gamers propagate is how will all these games affect the impressionable minds of the children.
So why the fuck don't you read the age thing on the games? So it comes a funny story. I don't know about Grand Theft. So actually, my parents bought when I was 8, the Grand Theft Auto Vice City. And actually, I never played that game in a while. I kind of missing a little bit the story though. What did my mom told me? They told me, can I trust on you to understand this is just a video game? This is not real. And what it's going to be do over here, she not understand the game, but she knew the game was violent, is not good. You should not do the R on real life. And I said yes, and that's the rule I go by. So yeah, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, it's there. There's a box over there. I'm looking at the place. I cannot see the box, but whatever. So if you don't trust on your kids and you think it's not, why don't you at least buy the proper age games? There's a lot of proper age games that are fun as hell for kids with 4 years old. Mario is one of them, especially the old ones. Yeah. Why it's so hard to people to understand that? Well, let me remove something on the phone. Damn, I need to take a shit and I need to eat. Let me just finish this so I can do that.
The more children are involved with violence on the screen, that their own behavior may become more aggressive and more violent.
And a lot of parents are wanting.
Then don't let them play 18 plus or for games for that is marked for older people. What's so hard about that?
To know what those games are doing to them.
It's not that hard of parenting. Just don't let them. And for some reason they sneak into a friend's house where the parents allow it. Tell the parents and to the kid to, hey, don't let my kid to play that game.
Kids.
Definitely not for children. Definitely not for my children.
Yeah, that new factor that was...
I agree. I agree with the rating system of video games overall. Grand Theft Auto games, I admit, none of them should be played by kids. I admit. Do I think you make them violent? No. But I probably think they should not be playing it. I totally agree. But the thing is, you bought it and you let them play. So, yeah. If you cannot be a proactive parent, maybe you're a shitty-ass parent.
Was never there before is violent visual imagery inflicted upon children, particularly...
Well, I would discuss about some old cartoons, especially for boys, but whatever.
Literally the video games.
But crime is down. Youth offenses are down. Maybe it's good for kids.
I mean, what's the connection between this and actual video games? Like, everyone shows this graph, but there's no real connection. How can you connect this and say, oh yeah, this is definitely about video games? There's no real connection between this. I know this is what I was actually believing this once, but here comes the thing. There's no real connection about this. Per se, you cannot just look at a graph and see the bias of video games and say, oh yeah, this is definitely what's gonna happen. Does not necessarily mean is that. It could be many things, not just video games. I would even dare to say that throughout these times, there's been like a protection for kids not to be violent, like stopping the video games, for example. I dare to say that's what's been happening. There's been an overall idea that kids should not be doing violence. That's it. And it just so happens that video games put the kids in check, per se. So yes, this violent crime rate between children is decreased because of video games. Not necessarily. We've been doing for a while this idea that kids should not be in violent situations, so putting them in activities that blow the steam that could be used for violence or something else, like school activities, playing football, baseball, chess, reading books. The entertainment industry, not just video games, overall helps decreasing this crap. So it's not just video games. It's a bit of a false defense on video games, in my humble opinion.
Are we afraid of our own children? Do we forget that they are citizens too, and entitled to the essential freedom to read? Or do we think our children so evil, so vicious, so simple-minded, that it takes but a comic magazine story of murder to set them to murder, of robbery to set them to robbery?
Old-timey dude, you fucking nailed it. Do we think our kids so susceptible to evil that all it takes is a video?
Okay, some kids are, but maybe because the parents have figured out they have some like mental problem, something like that. Yeah, it's a bit sad they have to be discovered thanks to a video game, but hey, if they are, there you go. Don't let them play video games and give him the medicine.
Game about
or the treatment. Or a slap in the face.
Killing to set them to kill? Naturally, adult and teens are able to comprehend things better than younger minds. So of course the more obscene material shouldn't be accessible to kids. But whose job is it to regulate what the children digest in their heads?
What do you say to parents who worry it's too violent, it's not good for the kids?
What I recommend is your kids are going to play games. Play it with them, so that you can really
be there to answer questions and help them through that.
Jefferson says it all boils down to good parenting.
Let me just say, kids hurting other kids isn't some kind of new epidemic like this guy would have you believe.
I know a lot of little kids who are playing these games. They're nice little kids, and they're not going out and hurting anyone now.
But see, that's not true, Bill. They are hurting. They're hurting their brothers and sisters. They're hurting themselves.
As if siblings never fought over who got
Okay. Like, every case, it's its own case, per se. And anything can trigger a lot of stuff. But yeah. Siblings hitting each other, come on. Have you ever seen me and my little sister when I was slightly younger? Like on my 16th, like we would scream at each other. We never in this house with that type of brothers to siblings to scream at each other. That classic thing. We were all cool with each other. Yeah, but me with my little sister in particular, we are a bit more bittering with each other, a bit more than I was with my older sister.
to go on the swing set first. That's just kids being kids, dude. That's what growing up with brothers and sisters is like. Anyone can testify to that. Look, I think we can all agree a lot of games out there shouldn't be played by children.
Yes.
Just like how they shouldn't watch certain movies or TV shows, or how we don't want to swear and do stupid shit in front of them. It's the
Yeah, we
parents'
avoid
job
that.
to have control of their children and know what they are playing and doing in their younger years.
I think it's a wise idea to not have a child play a violent video game, but that recommendation is not because doing so would turn that child into a killer. It's simply because doing so is exposing that child to something that's going to scare him or her. And as parents, our job is to protect our children.
If parents are so concerned about
Yeah.
violent media affecting their children, they are.
I bet that some gamers out there, first will try to make sure they don't go straight up for video games. I will not allow my kids to straight up play video games straight up. I would give it my mom because I had actually a childhood with a lot more toys than video games. So yeah, I would kind of want them to have a similar. But if they end up with video games, then at least I can give them something more educational. I'm not gonna put my, like, for example, my 4-year-old son playing GTA, even though that happened to me. No, straight up no. By the way, no, I don't have a kid. Okay, I don't have. I'm just pretending.
They are responsible for what they allow their kids to see. Deflecting blame to the forms of entertainment around us is just bad parenting. It's really that simple.
You're always talking about this demeaning making kids' minds like vegetables. Talk about them out on the street smoking pot.
It's all in fun. Would you rather play video games that are violent or go out and beat each other up? It's better than getting involved with drugs or something, you know?
Yeah.
Something to do with your time.
But that's a bit over-exaggerated with the drugs and the violence. Come on, there's other things.
When they don't have something to do, when they're walking the streets, that's when problems are created, not because of machines. The lack of machines causes problems.
I would say a lack of something to the kids to do, which is not unhealthy per se. That's when we have a problem. But yeah, I got what he
Kids
was
need
saying.
a mix of all kinds of experiences.
Yeah.
And that every medium, including video, has something to offer.
An example of a violent video game would be GTA 5.
GTA.
Mayhem, killing, Grand Theft Auto.
Playing Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto 5 or
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto.
Grand
Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto.
Grand
Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto.
In all my research, the most commonly cited game that allegedly promotes real-life violence is, yep, you guessed it,
Grand.
Gory in the House. On the real though, there's a couple reasons why Grand Theft Auto is the most commonly referenced game. Is because 1, it makes a shit ton of money, 2, it's widely popular and recognizable by the ignorant masses,
And usually it's fun,
and
a fun
3,
game.
it allows players to do and experience a lot of cultural taboos. But what I can say is that so much attention is pinned on this game because in a few incidents of carjacking or violent crime, the perpetrator said something about Grand Theft Auto.
And when there's a shooting, oh, he played Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
It cost this. That's not really a fair thing to say. It's a popular scapegoat.
But is it really fair
Yeah.
to demonize this series of games? Is it fair to claim Rockstar is run by a bunch of sociopaths and they need to be permanently shut down?
I'm out to shut down Rockstar because because they're run by a bunch of sociopaths, and they're a one company crime wave.
Oh, and by the way, this old drum of Grand Theft Auto just boosts the Grand Theft Auto thing. It's the biggest example of any publicity is good publicity. Literally, Grand Theft Auto feeds on bad publicity. Jesus Christ. Like, if a certain Grand Theft Auto is not talked too much as being bad, no one plays it. Like Chinatown, nobody plays that crap. No one remembers that crap. Like, the story mode, the stories or those like side that are not main games, nobody remembers them because they're not being controversial.
Handful of cases amongst the millions of people who have bought and played these games worth all of this commotion? Of course not, but that hasn't stopped people.
By the way, if your favorite Grand Theft Auto is 5, you are just too young. If you say San Andreas, you are one of the top dogs. And if you say 3, you're probably one of the old school guys. If you say it's actually the first one, then you are really, really old school, dude. You're probably cool to hang out.
People from making bombastic claims such as this.
A callous, corrupt, and corrupting shadow industry that sells and stows violence against its own people through vicious, violent video games. Isn't fantasizing about killing people as a way to get your kicks really the filthiest form of pornography?
The irony of this statement is this dude is the vice president of the NRA, and he is blaming real-world violence on video games. Right, because the NRA doesn't have anything to do with guns or violence. They don't lobby for more lenient gun policies. No. See, it's those violent video games that are to blame. I think in reality, this is just a way for him to deflect any sort of blame from the mass shootings that have been happening onto video games. I really think that's all it is. You see, the argument against restricting games like Grand Theft Auto is a slippery slope, because if we as a society make arbitrary decisions in what developers can put in their games, what is acceptable, if the government is creating legislation and laws on what is acceptable, then this just creates a tight stranglehold on free speech and freedom of expression.
Because there's a difference, there's a very slippery slope between freedom of speech and art. Because then kind of who sits judge and jury?
Now, obviously, there are some independent games that can't be regulated and that can be pretty fucked up, like Kindergarten Killers, but those are independent games, not made by people within the industry. And there are some games out there that have been in the industry that deserve all the criticism they receive, and even gamers can vouch for this. For example, the infamous Atari porn game Custer's Revenge, a game that, no joke, is about having sex with a Native American woman tied to a pole. Or Ride to Hell Retribution, with it portraying you having sex with a woman in the same room you murdered the people who apparently kept her captive, and its overall shitty gameplay. Or something like Chiller, which would have been available to play in a public arcade by anyone, a game that showed graphic torture. And as I said, Mortal Kombat was criticized by the media and other outlets, and it became the catalyst that led to the creation of the ESRB, a company which should exist because there does need to be some form of regulation.
Whoa, careful playing with these musics, buddy. You're gonna get us copyrighted.
But just as it was with alcohol in the Prohibition era, too much restrictions and regulation will invariably lead to problems. Pretty much every single negative report on Grand Theft Auto.
It's called the Prohibition years on the United States, right?
Positivity within the game. What if the story provides valuable insight into real-world issues? What if players learn more about a particular culture? What if they made some friends playing through the game? Of course they wouldn't mention that. Number one, because it doesn't make for a juicy, dramatic story, and two, it doesn't fit their agenda. GTA, in all its incarnations, has certainly become the poster child for many of these news websites and organizations to put on a platform and condemn.
The gate.
And they do this as if Grand Theft Auto represents gamers and the industry as a whole.
What made Grand Theft Auto 3 the first major breakout hit in the series so memorable wasn't the fact that you could go around clubbing people with baseball bats or shooting them in the back of the head with guns, but the fact that it was an open, 3D, living, breathing world where you could do whatever you wanted at any time, find your own way to have fun.
Whatever you
and
want.
the characters
Nah,
were so
not really.
deep and so interesting.
That's a bit of a mislabel to Grand Theft Auto.
In recent years, playing violent video games has been portrayed as a causation of mental instability, a causation of mass shootings, violent crime, you name it. People have even compared it to drug and substance abuse.
Sometimes can be.
The connection
Sometimes.
between game violence and aggression is as strong as the medical association between cigarette smoking and lung cancer.
Well, we don't let our children drink beer or smoke cigarettes, and
really hard to avoid. And then once you start, it's hard to put them down. Yeah, so is crack cocaine.
Now, I haven't physically ingested any of my N64 cartridges or game CDs. I imagine it's not recommended. But are they seriously suggesting that drug abuse is as dangerous to the mind as playing violent video games? They are comparing a physical substance that alters the chemical makeup of your body to a visual and interactive medium of entertainment. I think this goes without saying, but that's fucking stupid. To be fair, doing any one thing for too long can be bad for the body and mind. But I ask, how many cigarettes...
And being caught on a repetitive schedule, on a cycle with that, makes it actually addictive. I would dare to say that 50% of gamers out there are actually addicted to video games. They just don't want to admit it. Because let's be honest, most people that are addicted to drugs will not admit they're addicted to drugs. Just saying.
Cigarette, alcohol, and drug-related deaths and crimes are there compared to video game-related deaths and crimes? How many people check into rehab for video games compared to narcotics, alcohol, and other drugs? I don't need to bring up the statistics, we all know the answer. There's also the idea that violent games and media desensitize us to real violence. And that may be the case, but I think we can all agree that our societies are nowhere near as bloodthirsty as they were in the past. I mean, World War II, the Roman Colosseums, the Crusades, endless examples of human brutality that far exceed anything we have today. The idea that we are desensitized by violent media isn't really surprising, considering it is part of what makes us human. It's part of our history. And that history is taught to kids, teenagers, and adults across the globe.
Children's books are full of gory violence. In Grimm's fairy tales, he said, Hansel and Gretel baked their captor in an oven. High school reading lists, he said, contain violence from Homer, Dante, and Virgil to the savage murder of one of the marooned children in Lord of the Flies.
Fox News even linked these mass murderers together through the common trend of them all playing video games. But too often does the media focus on the most non-important factors.
That young man who locked himself in a basement and played video games hour after hour after hour, watching, and simulating murder hour after hour after hour after hour, didn't desensitize him?
Wait, how long was he locked in his basement?
Hour after hour after hour after hour after hour after hour. And he's been locked in his room playing violent video games for the past several years and has no human contact.
Gee, maybe the fact that the guy went years without contacting another human being was a more important factor than him playing violent games. Isolation can do terrible things to the mind.
You're insane.
Isolation can do that to the mind.
But I mean, I would guess that the bigger cause of these types of situations are the shooter. I mean, it's already the news reports coming out that, he probably was paranoid, schizophrenic, and so forth. And looking for whether or not video games contribute to that really seems to be looking at perhaps the smallest effect here, if any. In fact, it'd be more unusual to find one of these shooters that they didn't play video games. So really finding that they play violent video games is not particularly surprising, considering if you take a random sample of any males, most of them are going to report playing violent video games.
Perhaps it'd be a better use of our time to look at this person's medical and criminal history and find answers through there. Maybe Dylan Cleveland...
If they even have anything like that act, man. Most of these things, like psychological stuff, usually you could be found sometimes on in your early time of life, like during your childhood. But if the parents don't report to the doctors, the kid's not gonna say, "Hey, Mom, Dad, I think I'm a psychopath." No one does that shit, okay?
Klebold and Eric Harris shot up Columbine because they were bullied, because they hated school, maybe they were prescribed drugs that negatively affected their minds, or how easy it was for them to obtain the weapons. Maybe it was just the perfect storm of so many factors and not just a single one that is the root cause of any tragedy. It doesn't matter how many psychological case studies you do into these people, because the bottom line is it takes a very disturbed and disconnected mind to carry out this type of atrocity. I think the important question is not what role did video games play in this shooting. The important question is what role did the media play in this shooting? Because they would love to have you believe that they are just reporting the facts of these shootings, these murders, that they're doing their journalistic duty. But why then do we have and need such extensive coverage into every minute detail of these murderers' lives and broadcast them
hour after hour after hour after hour?
It's a form of glamorization, publicity, and infamy that these psychopaths seek, and the media gives it to them. Why does the media give out the names and faces of the perpetrators far more often than those of the victims? Because it makes for a better story. I would argue the media's effect on mass shootings is far greater than that of all violent video games.
I've had 20 years of mass murders, throughout which I have repeatedly told CNN and our other media, if you don't want to propagate more mass murders, don't start the story with sirens blaring. Don't have photographs of the killer. Don't make this 24/7 coverage. Do everything you can not to make
this image looks a little bit weird. Looks like it's AI made, but there's no way it's
body count the lead story. Do localize this story to the affected community and make it as boring as possible in every other market. Because every time we have intense saturation coverage of a mass murder, we expect to see one or two more within a week.
Now, I'm no crime or psychology expert, but I believe most violent crimes are carried out because the person in question is in desperate need, wants attention, is fucked in the head, or really, really pissed off about something. I say leave the details for the investigators and focus more on the victims, giving them the support and attention that they need to move on with their lives. If these media outlets claim to be doing the right thing in what they cover, they should be helping the victims and giving little to no information about the perpetrator. So at this point, we're going to talk real statistics, real studies, and pry open the scientific truth of the matter. In my research, many scientists and psychologists believe in the correlation of violent video games and mass shootings, and many others do not believe in that. A lot of reports found or suggested a link between playing these games and aggressive behavior, which I think is a given for almost any type of game. I mean, just about everyone is going to get aggravated or frustrated when they land on Boardwalk.
This latest study says no, finding, quote, that aggressive thoughts and actions don't come from violent contents in games. Instead, it's being bad at playing difficult games that gives rise to real-world aggression.
Maybe if you're predisposed to aggressive behavior, you're interested in, theoretically, in violent video games because it speaks to your aggressiveness. Yeah.
And as the old saying goes, guns don't kill people, lag does.
Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, but yeah.
Everyone who's ever played an online game has run into lag, glitches, rubber banding, hackers, or any number of frustrating elements. And naturally, those things are going to make you frustrated, which could lead to aggression. But aggressive behavior isn't inherently bad. When I play Mario Party, you bet your ass I'm gonna get aggressive and going for the star. Even so, correlation is not causation. And just because something
we could say that to your studies, my friend. You're showing up.
Aggressive behavior does not automatically mean it triggers real-life violence as well. Now, originally I planned,
and because there's a downfall of violence on child doesn't mean necessarily that our video games. It's not the video games doing it.
And on listing numerous sources which would confirm what I'm saying in here, but this video's going on pretty long and I think it's about time for me to wrap it up. What it boils down to, everyone, is violent crime is down, fact. Juvenile arrests are down, fact. And video game sales, even for violent ones, have skyrocketed in the last 20 years, fact.
And
that is the truth of the matter.
I can't imagine.
And now can you prove those are actually connected? You should three graphs. Okay? Can you connect them? No, you can't.
What more study we could have other than the fact that the games are more popular and crime is down?
In conclusion.
Wait. See? Sorry, I had to take a long break because apparently my stepfather wanted to tell I have to put water on the plant. Sorry for that again. And I decided to go to the bathroom and eat something along the way. DJ, don't know how you don't like this, whatever. Nobody cares. So, what was I watching again? Ah, yes.
Conclusion. All these anti-gamer articles and reports have yet to actually prove a correlation between the violent video games and violent real-world consequences. This archaic opinion that violent video games cause real-life violence is mainly held by people who don't understand the medium, by aging politicians, out-of-touch reporters, people without credibility, authority, or experience, and even fucking snakes. Until science proves otherwise, most reasonable people, and especially gamers themselves, will believe what science, truth, and reliable research says we should believe. Unless they come up with some revolutionary new evidence that changes what we think, these anti-gamer articles and reports should fizzle out. This 40-year war against gaming should come to an end in the unpredictable future, until the next big thing comes around to threaten the very fabric of society, as it always has.
Oh well. Let's see now. Feminists and SJWs versus video games, because the old guys are just, old.
Are video games too sexist? How about racist?
Including some asking if the game industry is sexist.
Games community is at each other's throat when talking about the subject of race.
And still are.
Racism in video games, the new norm?
In some countries are responding to what they view as sexism in video games.
The more time a teenage boy spends playing video games, the more likely he'll be to develop sexist attitudes.
Too many games, they say, perpetuate a culture of sexism and misogyny.
Video games influence racial stereotypes. Saddle up, Internet. We're going there.
Oh, wow. We have a copyright problem. Wow, amazing.
We learned that always something destroying society, and we learned that violence in video games had massive amounts of coverage and research over the course of 40 years. There was something to be said about violent media affecting the minds of people, yet it overshadowed the sexism and equality debate. But the attacks on gaming from feminists and SJWs have had extensive coverage in the last 5 years. Sexism and racism has been a topic of debate on the video game industry since the 1980s, although it never got that much attention.
Visually this one.
But as the industry continued to grow, and with the advent of the internet allowing anyone to easily have their opinions seen and heard, the issue of sexism, misogyny, and race in gaming started popping up all over media websites, game journalists, on YouTube, everywhere. The combined might of feminism, the social justice movement, and the idea of racial diversity and equality was enough to bring up serious questions on the ethics of the video game industry. Were some games made with racist or sexist attitudes in mind? Is this even a real issue? With so many articles, videos, and opinions floating around cyberspace, join me as I seek to understand both sides and settle this battle of feminism and SJWs versus video games. In order to understand a current issue, we have to look back at what potentially caused it. We can't just look at World War II and be like, it's just a bunch of pissed off Germans wanted to rule the world and kill Jews. And that, children, is a complete summary of the Second World War. There's more to it than that. So to understand why feminists and SJWs have been attacking the game industry, we have to look back at the
And now we have more. Games have to be like this, and games have to be this.
Origins of that industry.
No one's really happy.
This part might not be as entertaining or fun as the rest of the video, but god damn it, this is the most critical point of the whole issue. It's important to understand that video games are a business first and foremost, And any business worth their salt is going to identify the type of people that purchase their products. Then they'll market and advertise to appeal to those consumers, to the demographic. For example, my channel is entirely based around video games, which is why you'll never see me make a video on fucking leather belts or something.
Leather belt? Ah!
The target audience for video games back in the 70s and
Leather
80s
belts.
was predominantly young males, teenagers, and back then arcades were tailored towards this demographic. As you can see in this archive footage of gaming arcades, the people playing them are almost entirely boys, teenagers, and a few adult males. One of the big breakthroughs in broadening the gaming demographic to women and girls was Pac-Man. Toru Iwatani, the creator, intended the game to attract women to arcades, and it was successful, spurning the sequel Miss Pac-Man. If the game industry only appealed to one gender, they're missing out on 50% of the population and money they could be making. A study done in 1982 found the percentage of male to female gamers was 80% male and 20% female, roughly. As the years went on, higher percentages of women played video games. Recently, a statistic
I would
has
not
been circling
say
the web
still
claiming
a bit
women make
balanced.
up around or more than half of the gaming population. But this statistic doesn't mean we've reached a point where gaming as a whole has an equal target demographic, because what's really important is understanding which genre and type of games males and females like to play. I want you to pay close attention to this chart that lays out the percentages of women who play which genre of game. Notice that only 2 of the genres listed are predominantly played by women. I didn't even know what match 3 was before this video, but it's a genre game where you match 3 tiles.
Yeah, my mom plays
there's
it.
a genre for that. So applying this chart to the gaming industry, it should be apparent why most games are marketed to appeal to men. By understanding how the target audience for video games has changed over the years and how it is currently, we see why video games were marketed and created with the male demographic primarily in mind, and how gaming culture has shaped into what it is today. Remember this fucking chart, because it is goddamn
And this chart was made when, my friend?
important.
Are games racist? Yeah.
Mario. That is like a stereotype that runs around inside of your Nintendo, man.
This study showing that playing video games for Caucasian college students could result in racist thoughts and behavior.
The first scene is the black dude just getting his ass kicked. Specifically by a white dude.
Sometimes I believe the hype man. We mess it up ourselves and blame the white man. But don't
Oh, I'm gonna get copyrighted for this shit.
What's happening to the video game industry right now has been happening to Hollywood and the film industry for the last century, though not nearly as extreme. The same complaint made against Hollywood is being made against video games. There isn't enough diversity.
What in the hell's diversity?
For movies, this had merit, as discrimination and inequality was rampant in the film industry. Don't get me wrong, it's important that games and movies have a unique cast of characters to represent different types of people from all across the world. A diverse pool of people can bring interesting perspectives to the table, but it's not as simple as checking off the Black, Asian, and Mexican boxes for characters. This creates tokenism, which is when a form of art or a story specifically inserts diverse characters for no other reason than they feel they have to.
You sure that's what
because it fits
tokenism
the
is?
framework of what they're trying to do. Ironically enough, when they do feature diverse locations or settings, they play the race card if there are or aren't representation for race X, as in the case with Left 4 Dead 2.
What does Hurricane Katrina and setting the game in New Orleans have to do with one another? And what do they have to do with racist undertones in video games? Nothing.
Now, I speak for myself, but I
didn't
imagine
understand
most
that part, but whatever.
non-racist, non-sexist people would agree. When I watch a movie or play a game, I don't think to myself, oh, hey, this has a black lead character. Oh, yeah, that's diverse. That's good. I'm more interested in the writing, the cinematography, the sounds, the music, dialogue, the character itself. Unless it relates to the subject matter of the story itself, I don't give a fuck about the color of their skin. I just want to be entertained. And if possible, see a culture or idea I've never seen before. See, the real problem is seeing a lack of diversity as a problem. When you boil down the quality of any art or narrative down to a gender or percentage of skin tones, you are making the diversity quota an issue. Take this stereotypical hipster.
Also, some reasons as to why GTA 5 is actually objectively sexist. First up, reason 1, 3 male leads.
What? Objectively sexist? Okay,
Okay.
is Charlie's Angels objectively sexist? That features 3 female leads. What kind of fucking logic is that? You got 3 lead characters. One of them's not female. Boom, sexism.
It's about discovering who your character is, and there's a lot more to that than skin color. And the same goes for gender, sexuality, religion, and all those other facets of diversity too.
Some of the games that have come under criticism from a lack of diversity or racism will just blow your fucking mind.
You get to choose what torture device you get to use on the random brown guy. So you can either electrocute him or waterboard him or
Oh,
put his teeth
this,
out.
yeah.
It's like nice that you get to choose how to hate.
The racism has shifted from overt caricatures to overt actual real-world racism.
Yes, some games do have stereotypes, but the mere depiction of a stereotype doesn't make a game racist. If you're playing a game and you think the characters might be racist stereotypes, ask yourself, is this meant to depict a greater image about the characteristics of an entire group of people? Is this just a simple, easy way for game developers to create diverse characters? Or is it just meant to be funny? The whole point of making fun of stereotypes is to allow us to laugh at ourselves.
Every time white dudes pass out around each other, they always do some borderline gay shit when the guy's asleep.
These racial characterizations are spot on again and again, even in some of the less prominent races. The Spaniards, for example, are portrayed as effete, beclawed homosexuals in colorful spandex, just as they are in real life.
So when people get so butthurt over this kind of stuff, I think it's a sign of insecurity.
It's only racist if it was made with racist intent.
One of the most controversial was Resident Evil 5, which was based in a fictionalized part of Africa and had you fight against zombies with dark skin. Yet the way SJWs reacted to this, it seems to imply that we can't have video games set in the continent of Africa because doing so is inherently racist.
The most recent game I played recently was probably Resident Evil 5. The bad guys in this game, which are all just Africans with spears, literal spears that they're chucking at you.
It's in Africa. It's been in Antarctica. It's been, I think, in Spain. It's been in the Midwest. It wasn't racist then. Why should it be racist now? It's in Africa. Have fun with the game. Play the game.
If location can make a game racist, then why isn't the Jewish community in an uproar over games that take place in Germany? And here's another question. If they made the indigenous people of the villages in Resident Evil 5 white, wouldn't you have still complained because the game was inaccurate and the developers failed to depict the people of the villages in a proper manner? Of course you would. That would be something to complain about.
Take Witcher 3 for example, made by a Polish game developer.
Bleh, you fucked up Cyberpunk 2077. I want to play the Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. Bleh.
Based on a novel written by a Polish man living in Poland who based that novel on Polish mythology and European folklore. Now, Witcher 3 came under fire and criticism because it features an all-white cast. You want to know why there aren't any black, Asian, or Mexican dudes in Witcher 3? For the exact same reason that African movies feature mostly African people. Or Chinese films feature mostly, you won't get this, Chinese people. Because any piece of art is going to reflect the culture from where it originates. Remember when I talked about target audience, demographics? Well, the majority of people in America are white, while the majority of sexual orientation is straight, and the majority of people who play hardcore games are men. So if you use your handy-dandy notebook and tally up the numbers, you'd see the reason why so many games have straight white male protagonists and characters is because that's the goddamn demographic. Well, I want you to guess the demographic of Poland. Just take a guess. Take a second. If you guess 98.5% Caucasian, you're right. Skin color does not define culture. And that's the point I want.
But think of the fun factor doesn't mean that an American studio can make an European or an Asian culture medium. I mean, you have to remember that Panda Kung Fu was made by an American studio about a Chinese about something part of a Chinese culture. And still not racist per se or whatever the fuck is the word.
To make.
But did inspire China to try to make animations about China and appeal it to Americans because they saw the fame that Panda Kung Fu was getting.
Culture in video games is more important than skin color. I'll say this once more. Skin color does not define culture. But this article by Polygon seems to think otherwise. Reviews have
Man, these HJWs sound a little bit racist, not gonna lie.
lavished praise, perfect scores, and awards on it.
They sound bigots.
While some reviews have mentioned issues such as sexism, none I read mentioned another crucial misstep. Not a single human in the game is a person of color. And it's tied to a central issue here that gaming as a whole needs to face. Concerns of minority groups are not only ignored, they're so often not even considered. Yes, according to Tariq here, representing people of color is an issue the entire gaming industry needs to face no matter what country you come from, because fuck your nation, fuck your culture, fuck your history, give me diversity, or I'll write a shitty, racist article about it. Almost every Witcher 3 review I came across was written by a white man. Who gives a fuck? Are you here to review the game or just be fucking racist? Historically accurate is another common defense for many awful actions in fiction. What? Are you saying change history for the sake of diversity? What fucking planet do you live on? This goes to show, no matter what you do.
I mean, it would be interesting to change some things in the games. I mean, have you seen Wolfenstein? Isn't the game where the Germans in World War II actually won? And it's not a bad game franchise.
Someone will be pissed off about it for some reason. So who would DICE rather piss off with Battlefield 1? Historians and fans of the series? Or a bunch of butthurt blathering babies that want...
They would much rather not piss off the gamers.
Historians...
But you say historians. That was a bad, because historians are been picking about what the equipment of the weapons in Battlefield 1. Some of those weapons that appear in Battlefield 1 only appear after the First World War.
And fans of the series, or a bunch of butthurt blathering babies that want to see history changed to include women in a war that they barely even fought in. Who would CD Projekt Red rather piss off? The Polish nation, the people and mythology of Poland, or some fuckwit dingoes that care too much about skin color? Tariq Musa saw a game gaining massive praise and attention, and he saw nobody talking about the lack of colored people, so he was like, but what about people of color, you racist, you dehumanizing racist fucks? You want equality, dude? How many Polish video games are there that you know of? I guarantee, for 99.9% of gamers, this is it. This
and Cyberpunk.
This is Poland's video game industry. How many people of color have you seen in video games? Hundreds. So rather than rejoice, like this guy, in the fact that the Polish nation can take...
And this one is not a really good example. This is... this gonna age like milk a little bit to act, man. This.
So rather than rejoice, like this guy, in the fact that the Polish nation can take pride in one of their works being so critically acclaimed by the world, this backwards asshat of a man tries to self-victimize himself and disregard the nation of Poland. Obama doesn't even play games, and he recognizes the accomplishments of the Polish people in making The Witcher. This article is a perfect example of how SJWs can get so wrapped up in their own ideology that they don't realize what they're writing is racist, culturally insensitive, and virtue-signaling propaganda that attacks the very diversity it seeks to promote. I bet most of you watching this right now never actually thought to yourself, hey, I haven't seen insert skin color of person that isn't white in this game. You know why you don't think that? Because you're a normal fucking person that doesn't look and judge things based on color.
Isn't that the point of equality? To highlight the fact that we are all equal, that we are all human beings, that skin color is irrelevant? If so, why does it matter what the color of anybody's fucking skin is?
America has a big history with race because we are a very diverse country. But as Morgan Freeman wisely said,
how are we going to get rid of racism and stop talking about it?
Stop making...
This one recording is a bit bothersome to me.
How are we going to get rid of racism and stop talking about it?
What's the context of this? I have some doubts over here.
Stop making it an issue. Stop trying to put race into every
Oh, this
discussion,
fucking
into
bit.
every piece of media and art. Stop trying to make race an issue. People are so concerned about diversity that they'll write page after page, article after article. Why not just write a diverse story?
I think a lot of these people spend so much time behind Twitter that they forget that they have
Now known as X.
two hands. They have a brain. They have the ability to create, to design, to explore, to imagine. They have all of these tools at their disposal. But instead of actually
Doesn't mean if they have that they can make a video game, dude. Calm down.
taking the time to put their money where their fucking mouth is, they sit behind a computer screen and complain.
These types of articles are systematic problems of game journalist ethics, and they resort to clickbait and cause controversy around popular, well-known games. Is there a lack of diverse people from different cultures as video game protagonists and in the industry? Perhaps, but it's not really an issue. That's just the demographics of America. Now, if you want to change what video game companies appealed to, you'd need to change the demographics, and good luck with that. But it seems to me like these people want to change the way our culture and other cultures and countries create art to fit their own standards and ideologies of diversity and racial acceptance. And that seems far more damaging to society than a lack of diversity ever could be.
Because the more you make an issue of race and color, the more you make race and color an issue.
Despite the number of articles and videos I've gone through, it's hard to even understand what it is feminists and SJWs want. What really is the end goal or the vision they are seeking? Okay, so you're tired of seeing sexy women in video games, so you want unattractive women in video games. Why? You want unattractive men in video games? Why? It's art. You can make your characters look however you want. I feel retarded even having to say this, but people like
He said the R word. I'm gonna stop watching the video.
things that are attractive. You want more diversity in the skin color of characters? Okay, how much more do you want? How are you gonna get it? So they want more women and colored people working in the industry. Alright, why are you not directing your articles towards the minority groups you want represented? Why aren't you trying to convince them that a job in the video game industry is something to be desired? There's a reason certain jobs are dominated by specific groups of people. Women just aren't as interested in engineering as men are. Is the engineering industry sexist because women aren't interested in it? Fuck no. People like different things, and there is no perfect harmony of equality that can be achieved in every single industry across the globe. I'm constantly wondering what the goal is. An equal amount of men, women, colored people in video games, making games, playing games, and promoting games? Is that even realistic? It's hard to find a feminist or SJW that can articulate their points in a way that gamers can empathize with and still be somewhat respectable. But at least there is one, the factual feminist.
Are there video games that are rife with sexism? Is that true? Do they promote a culture of misogyny and violence that must be dismantled? Well, my answer is no.
As far as I can tell, there really is no tangible end goal for these people. It's all about pushing an ideology, conforming people to that ideology, begging for attention, clicks, views, virtue signaling. You see, so many of these videos and articles don't actually provide a solution or a means to get there.
No,
so
you're just
it's
complaining.
bitching and moaning.
Yeah, that's what
the
they want
quest
to
for
do.
diversity and equality, it appears what feminists and SJWs want games to do is pretty straightforward. More women in strong roles, ethnically diverse characters, protagonists, armor should not be lingerie, etc. I think that sounds reasonable,
Yeah.
but looking past the surface value of these blanket statements and actually listening to what these people want becomes an indecipherable paradox. There's so many layers of irony, it's hard to wrap your mind around it. You can't portray women as victims of violence or abuse. You can't portray women as being violent or abusive. You can't portray women as sexy. Women in the industry can't portray women as being sexy. You can't not portray women at all. You can't portray a woman being rescued by a man. You can't portray black people getting killed. You can't portray black people killing. You can't portray any stereotype. You can't have a game set in the continent of Africa. You can't not portray people of all the different skin colors and genders, regardless of if it makes no sense with
I think this is a little bit dishonest what Ahmed is doing right now.
in the context of the setting of the game.
Would you like it if we only made games that were approved of by every single person on the planet? That's a good idea, huh? But if that were the case, I guess game production would stop in its tracks and no game would ever be made again.
Alright, well, if we listen to these people, what can we do? That's the thing, they'd never be happy. Because most of these feminists and SJWs are complaining about video games to an American audience, but then try to take games from other countries and apply American principles to those. What's that? Japanese companies are making games showing scantily clad women playing volleyball? Stereotyping people from other nations? Quickly, American principle card activate.
Well, as you probably noticed, most of the people who criticize video game content for being offensive or problematic tend to be Americans speaking to an American audience. But since American studios are not responsible for producing so much of what gets criticized, it seems to me that any criticism that fails to distinguish between American studios and Japanese studios is deeply unfocused and unproductive.
Ironic how the stereotypical American policing the world is trying to control what game companies from other nations put in their games. You're becoming the American stereotype that you don't want represented in video games. Yet you believe you own the world, that because you're American, your sense of morality is better.
Can you prove that? Can you prove feminists and SJW being like that because they're Americans? Most feminists and SJW say the word American unless it's to call it the isms and phobics. So hashtag doubt. Act, man.
Than every other country. All these propositions from feminists and SJWs is just restriction, silencing certain expressions of speech, which ironically is against American principles. And the most ironic part is all these feminists and SJWs complain about the sexism, racism, yada yada in video games, but at the end of the day, who do they expect to fix this problem in a white male-dominated industry? Now, there's nothing more hilarious in my book than when someone bites off more than they can chew and then blames the food when they choke. It takes a special type of thinking to believe you can attack and harass a group of people and call yourself a victim when they swing back. Let alone against a community of people that have been attacked by mainstream media, by politicians, by their parents, by just about everyone. That's what so many of these feminists and SJWs do, is constantly play victim, to the point that they actually make it a profession.
After all, Rihanna Wu is making 40% of Barack Obama's salary for simply existing, so this harassment narrative is working quite well for them.
But I'll take a note.
Simply existing.
I mean, she's trying to make a video game. I know that this video game was kind of canceled or something like that. She's making 40% of Barack Obama's salary. I mean, if I know the YouTubers that probably will do way more. What's the point here?
So this harassment narrative is working quite well for them.
But I'll take a note from Sarkeesian's book. When women constantly portray themselves as victims, it disempowers them because now they need to be saved by someone else, and they can't deal with the threats they face on their own. Coincidentally, I'll be discussing Gamergate as well. Look, nobody approves of death threats, but if you're gonna publicly insult and demonize millions of gamers and the industry they love, you can't act shocked when you get threats like that. These people didn't attack you first. You weren't doing anything, then you attacked them. Not to mention, you attacked them on the fucking internet. People on the internet are gamers. If you don't want to be harassed, don't incite the wrath of the internet. Now, the logic of professional victims is something like this. I'm sure this is a fallacy in some philosophy book. I am being targeted and harassed by many people of the side I am opposing. Therefore, you should take my side, because you're an empathetic human, and these barbarians are threatening me. You know, there's an age-old saying, don't talk shit if you can't take a hit.
You suck, Hulk Hogan dick, and you fucking suck, Hulk Hogan ass.
This is why societies have their own form of checks and balances, right? When someone's talking shit out of their mouth, society checks that person so that they don't wreck themselves, right? But if the person is so arrogant and self-absorbed that they can't check themselves, they're gonna wreck themselves. There's also the famous story of the boy who cried wolf, and it particularly applies to the case of Brianna Wu. For those who don't know, Brianna Wu is a professional victim, and she's actually a dude. Real name, John Flint. Yep, she's a real fucking Frank Fontaine. and a con artist who perpetuates harassment towards herself for personal gain. Now don't
Maybe she's trans, hacked man. But in this day and age, it sounds so bad. This is not age well.
take this as a knock against trans people, because the point is John Flint uses his experience as a woman to justify his terrible actions and gain support through donations. With the amount of evidence showing this dude's false
Gaming.
flagging, how he created accounts to harass himself, and narcissistic way of tying every possible tragedy back to him, it's hard to take any possible death threat against him seriously. And this is one of the spearheads of the anti-Gamergate movement. Why should anyone believe this death threat wasn't fabricated like the others? John Flint had brought on the wolves so hard so many times that now he's being harassed by people because he faked being harassed and is trying so hard to become a victim. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. At least death threats are exactly what they are. But this maliciousness is far worse than that. Purposefully inciting hatred, diverting police resources away from actual issues, all for the sake of what? Equal representation in video games? Or is it more likely self-gain? Then we've got Zoe Quinn, another con artist who once again takes on multiple aliases. She did a little bit of porn here, but you know, that doesn't matter because her corruption and the shittiness of her character has been well exposed and documented. Like John Flint, she's got a shady as fuck background that if you want to know more, check the description for a link. Of course, there's Anita Sarkeesian, and fuck me if I'm gonna spend any time dissecting that turd basket. But you know, people like this really make me appreciate Jack Thompson. Though an irrational, single-minded guy who was wrong about pretty much everything he said and did, at least he was straightforward, and sometimes actually had good intentions. He wasn't a fucking snake like these witches. He wasn't a self-victimizing cunt, just a dude fighting the wrong battle. Now, the optimist in me wants to believe that many of these SJWs and feminists have good intentions, but people like John Flint, Zoe Quinn, Anita Sarkeesian, they just make me think like those people with good intentions are also doing it for nothing more than selfish personal gain. When you've got this type of
I
representation,
mean, that's probably what they are doing. It's been proved multiple times.
at the top of your movement, it makes everyone else look like shit. And that's the real tragedy of these self-victimizing lunatics. At the end of the day, this was a war waged by feminists and SJWs. They brought the fire, but we had more fire. Any positive message that could have actually done some good in the world and in the game industry was hidden behind a mess of pathological lying, manipulation, corruption, hatred, and narcissism. This resulted in their attempts at making the game industry more inclusive and representing women more fairly utterly meaningless. Gamergate was successful, and the people that opposed it so fervently were exposed as the narcissistic, hate-mongering bigots that they are. I'm going to briefly talk about some of Anita's videos, but more importantly how the greater message behind her work is inherently flawed and inconsequential.
This brings us to one of the core reasons why the trope is so problematic and pernicious for women's representations.
Whoa, look Anita, you want me to get my fucking English teacher in here? Because English must not have been your strong suit. If it was, you'd know that a trope is a storytelling tool.
The tale of how Crystal went from protagonist of her own epic adventure to the passive victim in someone else's game illustrates how the damsel in distress trope disempowers female characters.
Okay, so does the wimpy kid trope disempower boys? Do you see anyone making a big fucking deal about Urkel? Does the dumb muscle trope disempower men, making them look unintelligent? No, it's a type of fucking character.
So the damsel trope typically makes men the subject of narratives while relegating women to the role of object. This is a form of objectification because as objects, damseled women are being acted upon.
What about Zelda? She's a damsel in distress, and even in that role, she's the title of the game. Not
And sometimes she tries to run away from Gun or tries to be active.
only that, sometimes she fucks shit up. How about Bastila, who starts off as a damsel in distress? She's labeled as a prize, as a slave. But again, she fucks shit up. And she's not a prize for just a male character. You can be a female character too. She even becomes stronger when she turns to the dark side and is still a damsel in distress at that point. How about
Really?
Princess Fiona?
Hell
She's
yeah.
a pretty badass damsel in distress. You see, you can't just take a single trope from storytelling and suddenly start to say that now its implementation in video games is disempowering women or a specific group in the real world. Why the fuck was it not doing that for the last 5,000 years? It's all about how the storyteller uses this trope, not that the trope itself is a problem.
The hero's fight to retrieve his stolen property
Jesus
then provides
Christ.
lazy justification for the actual gameplay.
You know, at least I can partially agree with Anita here, because in many cases it is lazy. But when the demographic is primarily men, they're going to naturally be appealed to this trope because they have that inner fantasy of rescuing a woman, of being a hero themselves. It's not about sexual objectification. It's not about the disempowerment of women. It's about overcoming a challenge, feeling proud of that, and saving someone. So while it is a somewhat lazy and overused trope in video games, it's not inherently sexist. It's all about what the storyteller or artist chooses to portray. There is no single storytelling mechanic that is detrimental to society or disempowers people. I appreciate the thought, effort, and research that must have gone into making these videos. I can really appreciate that. Games need to be fun before they can tell a good story. So I understand why games have a lazy justification. But this series is nothing more than an analysis of the damsel in distress trope in video games. All these videos that took $160,000 don't mean diddly dick if you can't prove or show some kind of point, which was your goal. But there's no proof that this trope is damaging. There's just hearsay. How could you even quantify the damage this causes? It's like that South Park episode Cartoon Wars. If you allow one group of people to dictate what is and isn't okay in storytelling and art, then every other group can do the same, until storytelling becomes a stale art restricted only by what will or won't hurt people's feelings. All this does is advocate for restrictive storytelling.
Try and think of the game development industry as a big clubhouse with boys only written on the front, right?
Even if it's by accident, nerd culture does manage to exclude women and LGBTQ+ people in a bunch of different ways.
We're saying gaming can no longer be this little boys club anymore.
One of the biggest points people like Sarkeesian make is that gamers
Yeah,
want...
but that was a long time ago. Way long time ago, even for this video. Come on.
...to remain a boys club, or that we don't want to include other people with differing sexual preferences or whatever. This is so far from the truth of what is at the core of the gaming experience, which is being an all-inclusive club. For so many years, gaming was looked at as a thing for nerds, geeks. The stereotypical 35-year-old man living in his mom's basement was paraded around as if it represented all of gamers. They used to get bullied for being nerds, and games like Dungeons & Dragons were a source of refuge for these people. They could enjoy the things they loved with other people.
Hey
that
look,
felt
Vin Diesel playing Dungeons and Dragons.
the same way, and not worry about being discriminated or made fun of, not worry about parents scolding them or what the news media was saying, to just have fun playing what they loved. The idea that we don't want more women or people of color playing or making video games is just absurd. That's why we like seeing hot women in video games, because we wish we had girlfriends that played video games with us. So no straight male gamer would ever look at a girl that plays video games as something bad. I mean, if I had a girlfriend that played video games, man, fuck making out, having sex, and all that gay shit. Let's go play Halo, dude. Let's fuck shit up in Dark Souls. Let's play a Mario Kart drinking game. This flawed concept that gamers were harassing women because they're sexist and don't want them in the industry was the basis of the anti-Gamergate position and the reason for their self-victimization, which is why Not Your Shield became a movement. Anti-Gamergate was using minorities and women as a shield and saying that they were on the sides of those minorities.
It's the gaming community that
has risen up because it is tired of being lied about and slandered by its own press.
Realistically, unless you're playing Dota, League of Legends, or Call of Duty multiplayer, gamers don't care if you're gay, what color your skin is, or if you're a girl.
Yeah.
All we care about is having fun and sometimes being competitive.
Gamer moment.
Gaming is a medium that people of all walks of life can meet and make friends online. People from different countries or with disabilities, social outcasts, you know, everyone can have a home in gaming if they're a good person at heart and they share their love with others.
In fact, the world of games is rich and diverse, and there's room for everyone. So why give young women this discouraging message that they're not wanted?
So no, we don't want to be a boys club. We want diversity.
Have you seen
We
this
want
day and
to meet
age?
people from different countries, of different ethnicities. What we don't want is a social ideology infesting and restricting the hobby we love. Now let's wrap this up and talk real shit. Just as it was with the war against video games, the idea that video games and the industry itself is racist, sexist, homophobic, pro-genocide, or whatever has no real concrete evidence or proof. It's the exact same problem as before. You got these studies that say gamers become more X after playing Y and answering the question Z.
Because correlation always proves causation, doesn't it? Like this graph showing per capita cheese consumption and the number of people who die by becoming tangled in their bed sheets. Or this one, which clearly shows that margarine consumption is directly responsible for the divorce rates in Maine, because correlation always implies causation.
Simply put,
this is what I meant with the graphs about the graphs about the lack of violence and the increase of gamers.
There are no statistics, research, or proof that could lead
On my
one to
last
reasonably
react.
believe video games cause racial or sexist thoughts. And it'd be an even further stretch to imagine any sort of trope, stereotype, or lack of diversity in a video game having real-world consequences.
Would-be game reformers need to connect the games they criticize to negative world consequences. They need to show, not dogmatically assume, that video games make people sexist. The burden of proof rests with them.
Heck, even when Anita and Frank Fontaine went to the UN and wrote up a report on
Rolling.
cyberbullying against women, the UN, after publishing the article, retracted it because the evidence presented in it was cited from bogus studies and discredited research.
Bruh.
So if you're good enough to make it to the freaking United Nations and you still can't make a case, I'm sorry, but you're shit out of luck. And I can see the good intentions and well-meaning opinions of some of these feminists and SJWs, and quite frankly, I would like to see more diverse stories in games, different points of views we hardly ever see. I think there is a genuine value in that should be tapped by the gaming industry. I think you can be more diverse and represent women in a way that's good without having to cave to all the ridiculous demands. It all just comes back to, what do artists want to do with their work? What do they want to achieve? And I think it's great when games put their characters in roles much different than what we're used to. It's always nice to see
that's
something
faith.
refreshing that breaks the mold. Unfortunately, the vast majority of these SJW feminist articles and videos are just so ideologically driven and intent on changing the gaming industry, rather than these people being passionate game makers that want to add more of what they want to see. They can't and haven't reached the gaming audience because of the way they articulate their points. It's a vicious cycle of complaining about X, but not actually doing or writing anything that would encourage people to change X. Then when these people's ideas are criticized, they hide in a shell, play victim, and soak up as much sympathy as possible, like a parasite. All while hiding behind the cover of saying, gamers want to be a boys club. It's non-productive, it distracts from real issues, and aside from getting a few laughs from these lol cows, it's just a waste of time for
Okay.
everyone. I'm sure tackling the discrimination
I
of
want to
gays
check
in
again Zoe
Russia
Quinn, I
or
think I
role of
know.
women in Saudi Arabia is much more important than what color of skin or what clothes video game characters have. This quest for equality and diversity wasn't a highly publicized issue until just a few years ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't an issue until it was made an issue, until gaming itself was attacked. To summarize, I'll go back to that great quote from Penn.
To try to blame Shakespeare and the violence in Shakespeare and the violence in art for violence that happens in the real world is something that's been tried for years and is always wrong.
It really is as simple as that. Blaming media and art for violence, racism, or sexism has been tried for years and is always wrong. After Gamergate, many of these SJWs and feminists had faded into the abyss of obscurity. The
Yeah.
views on feminist frequency were down, the PBS channel stopped uploading videos, and though some games and developers were affected by their ideologies, I believe video games will revert back to being the art form they were always meant to be.
Okay. So let me just check. Back in mainstream comics, what? Hmm. Yeah, so this chick basically is irrelevant in this day and age. Let me just check quickly. Mother Heart.
Zoe Quinn needs to be investigated, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is a pretty serious video, and I figured, you know, after reading 9 articles, at least 8 or 9 articles, it seems, on the fact that all gamers are misogynistic pieces of shit again, that I kind of got to talk about this. Now, Zoe Quinn isn't a fucking new person in my radar or anything like that. I've actually, you know, known about this individual and, you know, Nita Sarkeesian, and a lot of these ultra, you know, feminist, really progressive individuals in the gaming sphere for a while now. And the reality is, I don't really like to get into it too much, but this one was a real big deal because the designer for Night in the Woods, Alec Holoka, a music designer in this game, had actually committed suicide over allegations of sexual misconduct, emotional distress, mental abuse, things like that. These allegations were made over fucking Twitter by Zoe Quinn.
Oh, wow.
These tweets had caused Night in the Woods, the other developers, to basically axe him out of the company, force his job out. And with that distress and a lot of personal demons, Alec had actually committed suicide. Now, there's no actual, you know, like further post-mortem of the situation, but that's all anybody really knows. Now, the reality of it, ladies and gentlemen,
It's not going to show anything.
I've sort of seen this starting to get weaponized over the internet for both sides. Now, I'll tell you this much. I don't care about either side of the situation. I don't care about the ultra-feminist, like ultra-progressive individuals, because for them, they've learned how to monetize the business, and they've learned how to basically become super militant to the point that they can profit off of books, meetings, all that stuff, and pander. And while most of these people don't have a care about video gaming at the end of the day, because they're not really gamers, you know, they've been proven out to not really give a shit about gaming. They just.
Oh yeah, that's been proven for a while.
Want a platform to make money on. They just want a platform to be a professional victim, and this is what it is. That's not everyone, you know.
Taking quotes from Actman.
There's plenty of, you know, girl gamers out there that do just fine in the industry and succeed just fine because they have a genuine passion. It's just that these people have been sort of ousted at points for not, you know, being the gamers that they claim to be, quote unquote. And on the ultra alt-right, like crazy fucking, you know, defend our honor, you know, like super neckbeard side, I don't agree with that either. I think that there needs to be compromises in every situation. I think as a person, you shouldn't be hurting anybody else, and you should find a fair and balanced compromise, because the world is run on compromises. The world is run on progression. And if you can meet in the middle, that's how things kind of work. Every situation in life needs to be tackled with rational thought and fact. If you can't do that, then, I mean, we're not going to proceed as human fucking beings. So let's get further into it. Now, I've seen a lot of websites weaponizing this stuff against video gamers and, like, vice versa. And it's pretty shameful to me that you guys are using a fucking dude's death to basically weaponize and run your agenda. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these false allegations, claims that people are making are pretty weird to me, because I take every Me Too sexual abuse claim incredibly seriously. To me, I think every single claim that's made needs to be investigated, because I'm a man that runs on facts. Are there people that lie about sexual allegations? Absolutely, 100%. But guess what? Those are shitty people. And you want to know a fact, guys? Shitty people exist in every facet of society. Wow, what a shocker, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, ladies and gentlemen, what a novel concept. Shitty people exist everywhere. Well, goddamn! You understand that? That is a thing. That's why I take every situation seriously. I believe because we have law enforcement, because we have an entire police system, we should investigate every claim very seriously and get to the truth of the situation so we can give justice to the people that have been hurt falsely or real by any situation. That's why I take it really seriously. I am 100% for that. So let's get down to it. Now, Zoe Quinn made these allegations, which are serious allegations. She's deleted them, deleted her whole Twitter account because of it. And
oh, she just really
for
disappeared.
me, I look at this allegation and I say, you know what? I need this to be investigated, because at the end of the day, these allegations had caused a man to lose his job over a single fucking tweet, by the way, and then also kill themselves. So if this allegation, because it could have a chance of being false, you know, until proven 100% right, has basically caused Zoe Quinn to commit a fucking murder. Because that's what it is. If you make a false allegation to put yourself in the spotlight, Zoe, and it causes somebody to end their lives because of it, you've committed a murder. So I want you to know, if that's how the situation plays, if that's what the truth comes out today, tomorrow, whenever, you are a murderer. But at the same...
Alright, I said enough. Yeah, this bitch. This guy looks sussy as fuck. So Zoe Quinn just disappeared. Yeah, this is extremely sad. Oh, what's this? A new video from the Press Newsaki. I think I can see it before I finish the stream. Let's go. Is Whole Live returning to China?
Não devias olhar. Ternan 2.
Much to a lot of people's surprise, Cover Corp came back to Bilibili after a long while. After being pretty much censored on the platform for entire years and after the harassment campaign that the company faced, you're probably wondering why they made such a decision. But first, let's recap a few things that happened over the years. Hololive suffered a hate campaign from Chinese antis after the Taiwan drama. Not just harassment from antis, but also a nationwide blocking and boycott over Coco reading the word Taiwan from Google Analytics.
And that's just pathetic from these people. Brainwash rats. It's really shitty.
Without having any political intent, or even saying that she supported the independence of Taiwan or something. And as a lot of people might remember, a big part of the reason why Cover Corp is as big as it is basically because of the Chinese audience. Before the EN fanbase, the Chinese fanbase were the second biggest market. Hell, there was even a time where Hololive had more Chinese fans than Japanese fans. Some members were reaching millions and hundreds of thousands of subscribers in their Bilibili accounts before they even reached the same number over on their YouTube channel. And when the drama happened, the managers of the accounts felt betrayed, especially considering that they worked hard for this agency. So, they boycotted them and stopped. Cover didn't have access to their accounts anymore, and I just don't mean the official Hololive account, but even the sub-accounts of the official talents. I made an entire 1-hour video about the whole thing, but I was actually unable to include a lot of things that happened over the last few years, and one of the things that I forgot to mention was that Shirakami Fubuki, after Coco graduated, was actually bombarded by antis. She kept being harassed, in fact. Spammed to hell and back, sent death threats, collab banned, the whole 10 yards. Other things included Hololive members' names being censored in any anime cameos or side character voice acting, being censored on multiple big VTuber streams over in Bilibili, and most notoriously, Tokinosora's appearance on Kizuna Ai's last live being blacked. And sometimes, any streams with a Hololive member's appearance even gets taken down. Suffice to say, Bilibili hates Cover Corp, or at least does not want to associate or has unpersoned Cover Corp from any official content on their platform. It's not just a portion of the former fan base, but the entire platform itself. And Bilibili is not the only Chinese company that did this. As a reminder, other Chinese companies such as the devs of Muse Dash has actually publicly blacklisted Hololive and their members. Even the Chinese branch of ASUS actually harassed the Japanese branch into dropping their sponsorship collab with Botan and other Hololive members. Now, it's important to note that it seems that Bilibili's blacklist seems to be only in official content or content from other VTubers, because as I've also pointed out in my 1-hour Coco video, Hololive isn't actually dead in China. There's still massive amounts of Chinese fans that genuinely don't care about the drama or understand that Coco and Hololive weren't getting political. Hololive's Chinese audience are still there. They never left. Looking up any Hololive fan clips on the platform, especially of Gura or any EN member, will actually show that the agency still has clout there. they still bring in a massive amount of views. Still, the platform and the people managing the accounts absolutely hate them, which is why it was a surprise that literally on the 20-something of August, the official Hololive channel started uploading again. But knowing what I told you earlier, you can probably piece together the puzzle. That yes, Hololive does not actually manage this account. This is Bilibili, or at least the people who used to manage it, uploading Hololive's official YouTube channel content. What that means, in essence, is that they are literally stealing CoverCorp's content and most likely without their explicit permission. And I don't have the
What?
legal qualifications to tell you about how CoverCorp would be able to handle this legally. And interestingly enough, in my 1-hour Coco video, I mentioned that there was one video over in Bilibili that gained a lot of traction. This video was made by a Chinese auntie, and it contained tons upon tons of misleading.
What the fuck? What the fuck was this harassment of these Chinese? Jesus Christ. As much I want to say that not all Chinese are like this. I'm sorry, but if they sign in China, they probably are brainwashed. For sake of security, we cannot trust it.
Miscontextualized disinformation. This was the video that lit a lot of sparks among the Chinese fanbase, and interestingly, Bilibili removed that video. They've even also prevented other people from uploading it. Why they're doing this, I don't fucking know. It could be because...
Let us know, the video in question was titled Whole Life is Dead, but I am unsure if it was the aforementioned video with the 2 million views. In any case, the point is they deleted the slanderous video for a mysterious reason.
They want to welcome Hololive back, and this is some kind of sign, or they're leeching off of Hololive and want to monetize off of their work. Who knows, honestly. As of right now, the account there is still uploading Hololive's content. And here's some of my thoughts. I have a little idea about how to test this welcome back move, if it really is one. Have any big VTuber officially upload content that contains any Hololive members for a significant amount of time. And do those multiple times. If it doesn't get taken down or censored, then we can move on to even bigger forms of testing and experimentation. But then again, literally 2 days after Hololive re-uploaded on Bilibili, Kagura Meia's official Bilibili account did not feature the Hololive members that were present on her birthday live, which means it got altered again to not include them. But there were clips where they did get featured, like Aqua. It was still re-uploaded on the site with no problem.
What the fuck?
So it's weird. I guess it's okay if it's not the official channels that do it. The whole thing is kind of weird and inconsistent, to be honest, so if you're a hardcore fan that's familiar with the platform's apparent rules, your input would be valuable in the discussion. But aside from that, there's another discussion to be had here, which is if CoverCorp coming back to Bilibili would be a good decision. On one hand, that would be a good thing business-wise because it would mean more resources and tapping an old market CoverCorp previously dominated. Hololive invests a lot in their talents and ventures, so super chat whales and financial supporters actually see where their money is going, and more resources means more grander and ambitious projects. And aside from that, it would be a way to reconcile and reunite the fan bases if handled in the most professional, careful, and appropriate way. Water under the bridge.
Girl, this animation is so
Especially
bad.
considering that, again, most Chinese Hololive fans actually do want them to come back.
Wait,
It's
is this
been
actually the
3
actual
long
anime?
years.
Jesus
Is that
fucking
not
Christ.
enough time to do some
Oh,
healing?
this is so
I
adorable.
mean, there's also the fact that a shareholder questioned why Hololive wasn't expanding to China, and that would probably be a potential reason. But on the other hand, literally 2 years worth of harassment and a severe hit to the talent's health, my guy. CoverCorp lost not just the Chinese fan base, but a shit ton of professional respect at the time, the entire Hololive China branch being nuked, and access to Chinese media. Like the fact that Hololive members are unable to play Chinese published games like Hoyo vs. Stuff, among other things. The question is, should the platform do something to make up for all the things that happened, if they actually want Hololive to come back? Or does the platform not deserve Hololive at all after the horrible shit that they did?
Yeah, I don't think they deserve to have them back. Yeah, fuck. If the Chinese want to see, just go watch them on YouTube.
Ultimately, that's up to you. I'm not gonna tell you how to think, but me personally, as a person that once
Well, I don't care either because I don't watch Hololive.
advocated for peaceful reconciliation back in the Coco War, I'm a bit torn. Because the fact of the matter is, Hololive suffered more than the audience they cultivated, 100%, especially since it was out of misinformation. The agency did not deserve what happened to them, so what happened was basically an injustice. There's also the fact that K-Star/Coco is also one of my Oshis, and I cannot forgive something that easily. But at the same time,
Ooh, the person I don't know if she say that.
I kind of feel bad for the Chinese audience who just wants to enjoy cute anime girls, especially since I've had a good experience and heartbreaking conversations with them during the Coco drama. The actual audience, not the aunties or the former fans turned haters. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a lot sooner because it did happen a lot sooner, but uni stuff got me fucked up. I mentioned this in my last stream, but I'll just say it here again. Upload rate for the channel is going to be slower in the next few months because of college stuff, and I'm struggling to decide what responsibilities I should be prioritizing. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Alright. Oh wow, another reaction. It's for me to watch right now. So yeah. So let's roll this music so I can say goodbye to all of you. And yeah, this is going to be all for today. As I said, this was an experimentation stream. I might as well upload each video that I reacted independently as a video. I will see if I can do that type of editing quickly enough. And yeah, testing the waters. It's gonna be a testing on the waters period for a little bit, so yeah. I'm vibing. Okay. I'm gonna let the music end, and then when the music ends, I end the stream. So, bye. Goodbye.